nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Mud Zone.
Spooky.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
Was that a party or?
Ho, ho, ho.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory, and Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no lying to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farm.
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot!
Shoot the moon! No, not out there on the microphone. On the microphone. Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
Starosta.
Huh.
Starosta.
What's he doing? That's odd.
Booster.
I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
My words are weapons.
We are live. We got a big panel tonight. What's going on? We got Rasta Bear. We got Andy, Super Sidewinder, Random Fan, Sean Osborne. How we all doing tonight?
What's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Chilling.
Dang. What's up, guys?
Just hanging out. Just hanging out on the late night. We had you notice we had I noticed when I first came in, we had like 16 people here, right? And I left them comment like, let's see what my comment is. If it's still up there. Right? Let me show you guys something fucked up. Just so you guys notice. Just so you guys notice. What up, Crunchy? Oh, let me give a shout out to. There was a lot of people here at one point, but then they took me down too. So that I lost a lot of people when that happened too. But anyway, I left a comment like leave the drama at the door. And like half the people left. It's like half the people were here for drama. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, leave the fuck alone. I'm done. I said my piece. What I say stands. The videos are still up. Go back and watch them. I'm not talking about it anymore. All right? Yeah. That's it. You ain't tricking me up. I'm done. I said what I had to say. Random Sean, Rasta Bear, Pasta Bear, Rasta Bear, Pasta Bear?
Rasta
yeah,
pasta.
Flying spaghetti monster. I'm on my third day of Ramadan fest.
You don't look too well, honestly. Like you kind of look like you feel like shit.
No, I feel great.
How do you feel, honestly?
I feel like the best I've ever felt, man. It's so beautiful. Like,
what do you guys for Ramadan? What do? You just drink water? That's it?
Well, no, you just don't eat or drink anything from
at all. Nothing.
No, nothing from sun up till sundown.
Not even you can't even get a sip of water?
No. No, you don't drink any water.
That is serious. And this is religion? This is
it's more about it's more it teaches you so much more than just religion. It's about self-discipline and being able to just cleanse your body of toxins and also cleanse your soul and do away with bad habits. And
does it really help?
Sinful nature.
Does it really do all that for you?
It does.
At the end?
It's already day 3 and I'm feeling all that stuff is just gone. And like my thoughts are more pure and just abundant. And I'm just it's a different game altogether and it's coming in hot too.
Yeah, me neither, Crunchy B. I don't care anymore either. You know what it is? Let me tell you what it is, Crunchy B. It's called March Madness. And they do it every March to us all. So you can mark it on your calendar for next year and the year after and the year after. And if you do a really good enough job this year, they'll definitely pick you next year.
Well, March was named after the god of war, March. And if you think about it, March is like marching the army into battle. You know, it's like that's why it's called March. Yeah. And just like all the different months are based after different, gods, and Greek gods and whatnot. And what's interesting is like the Gregorian calendar, it's a 12-month calendar, and it's just it's October is an 8, right?
Right.
And so it should be the 8th month, but it's the 10th month because they go by the stupid rules of whatever. And that's another thing
of Gregory. They're going by the rules. Who the fuck is Gregory anyway?
Exactly.
What was the old calendar? What was I said? I'm starting a petition to bring back the normal calendar. Which one was it?
They added July and August for Julius and Augustus.
Exactly. So some grabbler action happening hardcore, and that's one reason why I like the beauty of Islam and the Ramadan. Is because it's on a lunar calendar. The whole Islam religion is based on the lunar cycles. Just like a turtle's back has 13, little whatever you call them, little symbols on the back of the turtle shell. One for each lunar cycle, which is a month. And the way that Ramadan works is when Venus is just below the crescent moon of the proper cycle of the lunar cycle. That's when Ramadan begins.
A lot of ancient calendars had 13 months.
What's that?
A lot of ancient calendars had 13 months. I don't know.
What calendar should I go by? What calendar should I go by? What clock? I already decided that I'm using the moon as my map from now on. That's my map.
The Book of Enoch says that there are 4 circuits of 90 days plus 4 days, so 364 days. I don't know how they came up with 365 and a quarter or whatever, but it's 364.
Yeah.
So there's just no answer to this question.
And then they factor in the daylight savings time. And then did you know that in China, for instance, there's no time zones in China? Think about this. You go all the way across our country and there's 3 or 4 different time zones. And then you go across other sections.
We got to play this quick. As soon as John Levy's video pops up every week when I'm on, I play it. 4 minutes ago, new John Levy. Hold on one sec. We got to check this out. We got to be the first. You've seen it here first, besides John Levy's channel. This was the first live stream to ever play the new John Levy video.
All right, what is this?
This is what it looks like outside. It sounds like rain on my roof. Pretty soon it will be rain. Kind of a hybrid. And the end is near. I feel much better. My spirit and my outlook. I mentioned in a past video that I took a trip to Salt Lake, and I couldn't help it. I just had to get away. I'm certain this rain is going to be audible in this recording, but this is just a YouTube video, and I'm just me. And I'm okay with that. Welcome.
Thank you, kind supporters.
So here we are in Salt Lake now, going down Parley's Way. We were going down Parley's Canyon.
Cool.
Now we're going down the road Parley's Way. Parley was a Mormon pioneer, and this was his little path.
If you guys don't know
As I
about
was
John
heading
Levy,
down
you
that
should.
road,
You might have been living
and as
under
it
a
would be
rock.
on this trip,
You
I
might
would
be
get
living
little
under a rock.
flashes of
Thumbs
videos
up,
I've
please.
made
Thumbs up.
in the
Share.
past.
Post.
And here, as I was approaching Sugar House Park, there was the high school on the left side. East High, or I'm not sure what it's called. But this is the site of the old prison that was built in the 1860s. I think it was built in 1 year.
Nice.
The prison castle. I love this castle, this prison castle that was built in the 1850s. And we're told they tore it down, and the walls around it and everything. I just love this building, and thought surely there's ruins. And in the past I looked, and then while pondering for, I don't know, over a year, I came to the conclusion that perhaps this high school was the castle, and they just knocked off all the ornamentation and dumbed it down like they do. And so I pulled over, and here's the castle, or here's the high school. East High, I believe, again. Just a massive chunk. And there's another one called West High, and I drove by it. I don't know if I got a picture, but it is very castle-y. Dumbed down, of course, turned into a high school. Even more so than this. I think this is on the east side, so they spent a lot more money and could really make it look
Moving
modern.
on up
But I
to
don't
the
know.
east
I'll flash a
side.
bunch of pictures of the old castle on the screen, and you can tell me if you think that may have been it.
Yeah, it's a
And I
castle.
have no pure agenda.
Now we get drywall boxes.
Partially pleasure. And by accident, next to this high school, I found a park, of course, at Sugar House Park. But I didn't realize it was dog friendly here on this east side of the park.
On the
And
east
Chief and I
side.
jumped out and went for a little stroll. It was really nice. You can see the mountains, the Wasatch Range in the background. The ski resorts
All right,
will be
Drew.
up
I'll
there.
check that out
And
too.
Chief and I don't really know dog etiquette. As far as these parks go, I didn't know if the people wanted to be bothered. And then sometimes I would let him just run after a dog and go say hi. It's just kind of a case-to-case thing. It's similar to us with other humans. But here you can see actually the high school in the background. So here you have a chunk. Here it just goes on and on. And this is at the highest point of the park. So I consider, may this have been part of the old world building
Definitely.
that has been modernized.
It was.
I walked down by the river, and there's also some old
100%.
walls. But this park is massive. Just a lot to explore. Eventually we went down and we did play with some dogs.
Hello.
In the more centralized area. Then I saw another little parkish golf course with ruins off the side of the road. And here we came. We drove up here, and you can see some hair. And as I was driving up, this is kind of the rock wall. This is what caught my attention from the
boots on the
road.
ground.
And there was like a little gate, and I talked to a man, and he said, "Oh yeah, drive up there. It's a golf course." I said, "Oh great, thank you." He was very kind. He owned a house right on the edge of this golf course, and this is by the Red Butte Gardens. There's some lime kilns up there that I've always wanted to explore. So anytime I can get around this area, I do. But here we're just checking out what we can see at this golf course. And sure enough, I mean, what is all this? Who knows at this point? Again, I saw just a little bit of ruins.
Who knows at this point?
Through the brush.
He's like,
my book again.
And that was
even John Levy's like, is it a melted brick? Is it, who is it a cobblestone? Like, who knows at this point? Did you hear him?
enough for me.
Yeah.
Again, I drove about 2.5 hours and was getting hungry, so I decided to go to Whole Foods. And this Whole Foods is at a Trolley Square mall.
Here we
It
go.
used to be an old train.
Now is he saying Whole Foods is some ancient building?
No, he said he went to a Whole Foods. That's all. It's just he just showing his day and how he filmed like all this different stuff.
Salt Lake's earliest
In Salt Lake
history.
City.
And there's just like 10 massive
Utah.
buildings. I don't know.
That's where he's
Maybe
at.
each building is a 500,000 square feet. I don't know. But it's a mall. It's all
We'll see what he got.
connected. And I used to actually rent a little space here when I first moved to Salt Lake. I had a little coffee.
you know what I can do?
creperie. My rent was $700 a month.
Hi.
And new parking.
I can speed it up.
And I was very excited to just drive
My
truck up, and this is what we get. It was awesome. I took a lot of pictures, but this is just a little peek of what I had essentially out my back door of my new little travel rig. And there's an elevator, and I took it down. I actually got some Indian food. They have kind of like a buffet. Here I'm just making coffee at that Trolley Square.
Nice.
It was always such a hassle traveling and procuring good coffee. Now it doesn't matter where I am. But after I ate my Indian food, I drove up the street, maybe 3 or 4 blocks, to this old brewing company. And this old brewing company, I thought might be a Castle Brewing Company. And it is, actually, but it's not the one I was looking for. I'll flash a image of that castle, the old Salt Lake Brewing Company. It's really ironic, considering this area, we are told, is built by Mormons who don't drink as a matter of religious doctrine. So anyway, I saw this brewery off the road, and I'd seen it before. I saw that it said Anniversary Inn, but I never saw the old sign that said brewery. And here right away we can see buried windows and the original scale. And really interesting. I think this is original. And then there's another phase here, a brick phase, and then another phase of brick, a Cream City brick. I think even newer than this brick. So here we're going to walk around the front. You clearly see the brick arches, and again, and I take a little peek down here. And here's that archway. Looks like they've put just one window and an air conditioning unit here, just wood. And as it turned out, it is a operational hotel these days. I went in and talked to the man at the front desk, which is pretty much the opposite side of this. Here we can see the top of the older brick, and also this facading here that seems to be separating from the brick. And recently, Salt Lake had a bunch of earthquakes. Here we can see the separation and all the different materials. He'll be itching his neck because he's wearing a collar, which he usually doesn't. He's very bothered by it. And here is the front. That was at least nice, the white stone facade, but now it looks like they just stuck wood over here. Air conditioning unit, just cheap, just as crude and disrespectful as you could be.
Who keeps popping in and out? Someone keeps popping in and out. All right, let me see who it is. Oh, it's Super Sidewinder. Hold on. There he is. All right. What's up, Super Sidewinder? You in?
I'm
back. All right.
To this building. And look up here at the old stuff. So now it's rising up. And this is the part I could see off of the road. The road here. And they've raised the road. The road is about 20 feet high.
Twice.
Here you can see the elevation gain, and the road's up here. A modern wonder here, cube. And here we go. Salt Lake City Brewing Company. This is not the castle. Can we flash the castle on the screen again?
It's not
Or
the
is it?
castle.
Is this the castle?
Is it?
So this search,
No.
in part, turned out to be hunting for this castle. And I don't think this is it. Although it could be. It has 2 parts, just like the castle. The hill does drop down that way. But we'll look at 2 other potential spots that I think could be the castle. And here I just walked around.
So he's looking for the cat. He's walking around looking for the castle,
really
dude.
Interesting that I might have missed.
He's
I'll
looking for
show
the
you that
castle
coming up.
today.
Here we see bricked up windows on the
And
other
so
side.
he thinks that they just put a mask over it and covered it up.
Regular window.
Well,
And
this is the
absolutely crude,
ruins of
just
the
an
castle,
afterthought
and they
compared
rebuilt
to the
it
bricks
a little
surrounding
bit.
it. The
Or they
blocking
took
up
half,
is just
chopped
a
half of
really
it down.
poor job.
Maybe.
Whoever blocked it up would not be capable of building this place. That's for sure. So we continue down around. Now we're kind of elevated here. You can see there's a drop off and a parking
So what he
lot,
said
and we're
right
gonna
there
drop off
is
the other side here.
Let me show you what he was trying to say. I seen that. I caught that. All right. So this right here, he said the brick job that they did to block it up is different from, whoever did this brick job did not build the castle. You know what I'm saying?
Obviously.
It
But
was
I mean, as somebody who does carpentry and stuff, and I've done masonry work too, it's like, yeah, that's what you're gonna do. If there was an opening there,
I've done.
you're gonna come
veneer.
along.
I've done
You're
veneer.
gonna come along
brick.
later.
Yeah.
And you're just gonna patch it with more brick. And you're not going to be able to match the other brick perfectly because it was made at a different time, and you don't know who even made it or whatever. So you just you go and get comparable looking brick, and you just like slab it in there.
Well, what that proves to us, Rasta, the mud flood researchers, when I say us, is that the buildings were either found like that, or they were built at the sections were built at different times, like you said, or that, you know, like it proves that the whole building was not constructed at the same time. It proves that there was work done.
Yeah, but I mean, what? Yeah, but what outside of that does that prove? Like that, you know, they're obviously like. I mean, I understand with the ones that have different levels before
underneath. And stuff. Yeah.
That stuff is the trippy stuff because like there's just floors underneath.
Yeah.
And underground, you know how deep they go. And that's what's crazy about all the buildings.
That's what I like to look at too, Rasta.
We don't know how far down things go. I mean, in any given building on a street that you walk down, there could be like this elevator shaft, or there could be like this staircase that goes like 20 stories down underneath. I've even theorized that some of these mounds that are in some of the cities, like there's one here, it's called Powell Butte, and there's
is it called a mound? Is it called mound?
It's called a butte. It's kind of like a hill, is what they call it. It's a butte, and there's these there's this big entrance to it up top where it goes down inside of it. And I think it's like an entrance into like where the underground like railroad, like the hypersonic train car is that connects from like here to China and other, you know, places on the map where you can. I don't know if you've heard how you can get from here to China.
China's close, dude. China's close now.
And there's also like these submarine passages that go almost completely underneath the continent of the United States. Like they can navigate in a submarine almost all the way underneath our continent.
Not to change the subject, but what do you think about Gorilla Glue number 4? Is it a good one?
I like Gorilla Glue.
It's not bad, right?
Sounds good.
I like the product Gorilla Glue too. It's good stuff.
I've had the glue.
Yeah, it's some top-notch glue and the tape.
This is the glue.
You can't beat that Gorilla tape because like it just totally outdoes duct tape. Duct tape is
I'm talking about the string Gorilla Glue. It tastes good. It tastes good.
It is good.
Oh man, I bought a half ounce of biscotti today. Barry's biscotti.
I had it too. I had biscotti last week. Yeah.
And so
I like the tan.
They gave me the free eighth. They said, "Here's a free eighth." I was like, "Oh, I didn't know." Sweet. And then a vape too. They gave me this biscotti vape too. All three.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Wow.
Let me see yours. Yeah, I got that's a 0.5 though. That's a. Let me see that. Is that a?
Yeah.
It's a 0.5.
0.4 really.
0.4.
Yeah.
It might be good though. I mean, sometimes them smaller ones are like stronger. I noticed.
It is a strong one.
Yeah, they make them small, but they're strong as fuck. I get the 1 gram ones. How much you pay? Where are you at?
Illinois.
How much is it legal there?
Yes.
How much does it cost at the dispensary for one of those?
That was $20.
$20 at the dispensary plus tax, or what? They tax you there?
Oh yeah, there's tax. It was like $24 for that, but it's ready to go.
For everything you got, or just the cartridge?
Oh, for this it came. It's one piece ready. You just take the lid off.
Oh, it's a disposable one. You just throw it away. You just throw it away when you're done. Yeah. See, mine's on screw. You have to, you get the pen separate. But
you don't even have to put the thing on there. It's like a little rubber.
But mine's a full grams. I get a full gram cartridge for $35 here.
Yeah, I've done that too. Yeah, it's
I don't know if that's a good price, but Cinch Man gets the full gram ones in Cali for $10, dude. $10, dude.
Yeah, I just stopped smoking. I know I've almost completely quit smoking now, except for like I'll take a couple hits from the vape pen in the evening, and I'm kind of lightweight right now.
Yeah, that's what I was doing that for a while too, Rasta, because when I first had my kids, Michelle didn't want me smoking weed because it smelled too strong, and I can't smoke in the house. And then she didn't want the secondhand smoke coming off me either around the kids. So I just started vaping because, like the cartridges, because they don't stink. They don't smell up the house. They don't.
Yeah, I went from smoking spliffs. Like I would smoke at least like 4 or 5 spliffs a day, and they stink extra hard. Like they make you just stink like because it has that tobacco mixed with it.
Yeah, I smoke blunts.
And it just attaches. Really? That odor smell just attaches to you in a different way.
Michelle says that second and third hand smoke is worse than first hand smoke.
Yeah, and then when I quit smoking the spliffs, like it was a game changer. Like my lung capacities come right back, and I'm just like, it's changed my daily routine too. Because like it would be like spliff time at this time or whatever. I'd need to smoke spliff, and it's like now that I don't smoke tobacco, it's like I'm not on that same routine anymore. And it's and the herb tastes way better when I do smoke a joint now because like a spliff it would taste good occasionally, but a lot of times it wouldn't taste good, and it would take like these. I would just get the dankest weed and I would just ruin it by rolling tobacco up with it. It just wasn't.
I know. That's why I vape the nicotine, but I'm trying to quit too. It's tough.
Yeah. They gave me these edibles for $6.
Oh, look at that pavement glass. You see that?
Oh, no, I didn't see it.
That was cool. Hold on a sec. There you go.
Oh, with Chief on them.
It's lighting up too.
That's so cool that he got his dog on him. So what's under the pavement glass? Does he go in there?
No, there's a room under there, obviously. The pavement glass is an old type of technology that brings sunlight and uses it as light. It lights up the room. Underground. So when you're in the room, it lights it up. I'll show you.
Could you at night you could see from above it too, like lights underneath, right?
Sure.
Maybe because of the street lights or whatever.
I could imagine. It just seems a little built down nowadays.
I know they took it all out. I found some myself in a few places, but it's very rare. But around here, I mean,
I'm trying to find it in my city.
You gotta look at the really, really old buildings, man. The oldest ones you can find, and go and look at the front doorway in front of the where like you walk in, like the front door.
I found some like flashies and stuff like that.
That's called a ghost sign. You see that?
Was it?
They call those ghost signs. Let me see, what was it? That right there.
For sure.
You know what these prove? That we found the buildings, because like when you see a sign like this that's just painted on the side of a brick building, like this doesn't look like it's painted on, but there's some that look really old, that look like they're all worn out, on some buildings, and they're just painted on. It shows you that whoever painted it on the building didn't build the building, because they would have made a way better sign.
Yeah, it's not original design.
Why would you make such a beautiful brick building like that and then just paint a sign on the side? You would build a brick sign or something like that, something crazy.
Yeah.
See, what's interesting too is out here in Portland where I'm at, like there's still the similar architecture that there is over in Boston, and which doesn't make any sense because like
and it's the same architecture in Sydney, Australia too, which really doesn't make any sense. Some of the buildings look exactly the same. Me and Michael Joshua Lewis, man, we were comparing buildings and we were like, yeah, they're the same. It's crazy. So if there's the same buildings in Boston, the same buildings where you are, the same buildings in Australia, Salem.
That's like the state capital. I've seen the same thing here. That one looks like a bank.
Yeah, that looks like the banks here. Yep.
Well, see, and that goes back to my your what is it? Your circuit board Earth theory, where like all these key buildings are components, right? And they're all built that way to be like processing units on the circuit board of the matrix in which we are in. And
armory.
So that's why they have to be there in that certain spot on the circuit board to connect and be an energy cipher. And they relay from point to point.
Why you want to get into the circuit board Earth thing tonight?
Well, and then it goes back to my theory that the Kaaba stone in Mecca, which goes back to Islam, is the main processing unit. It is like the head processing unit on circuit board Earth is the Kaaba stone, and that's why the Muslims flock to it, and they do laps around the Kaaba stone. Like they'll just I forget how many times they go around this Kaaba stone. 7 times. Yeah, the number of completion.
Right.
And it looks crazy when you see them all circling it. Like it looks like ants or whatever, something like circling the anthill.
Imagine if they're all like rubbing their feet on the carpet, and they all like touched somebody. That many people rubbing their feet on the carpet.
Mm-hmm.
You probably see something, right? I mean, you see, because I know I've shocked people. I shocked my sister, and it's like to where just as one person. You get
if that was cumulative, that would be deadly because that's exactly how a Tesla coil works.
That would, yeah. That would be wild. I remember when they tried to get everybody on Earth to jump at the same time.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Hands across America.
Sometimes my thing locks up on me. Hold on.
In theory, if we were all compacted together and we all jumped at one time, it might do something.
All right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'll get this to play. Don't worry. I figured out something. Yeah.
Yeah, the circuit board Earth theory is
pretty cool. No, this one's good. It breaks it down really well.
Yeah, it's a fascinating.
I'll play it faster because it. Let me see if I can get
that one big gold door you showed. That's the door of our Capitol building.
That's weird. Why does BitChute just stop working all of a sudden? Sometimes. Do you guys ever notice that on BitChute? Like you'll go to play a video, it just won't play.
Yeah, BitChute is BitTorrent, so it depends on how many other nodes you have near you or whatever. It can have some real buffer issues, but when it works good, it works really good.
Yeah. When it works good, it works really good. But sometimes I gotta go in and out of it.
I like the idea behind how it works, but
it works different, and you can zoom in on zoom in on the actual. You can take your fingers and zoom in on the picture while it's playing, which is cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, they don't let you do that on YouTube.
No.
But I'm trying to get the video to play. Maybe if I find it down here, hold on. If I find it someplace else, it'll play. Maybe it's my video that's not playing.
Food is so good when you don't eat it all day and then you get to eat it.
What's the first thing you're gonna eat?
Well, I try and eat whole foods when I do get to eat. Like right now, I'm eating an orange, a little mandarin orange, and I like to snack on those and some grapes.
All right, I got it to play.
Yeah,
it's my version that doesn't play. Fucking assholes.
I think we are being told in our everyday language what the function was of specific infrastructure on the Earth.
It sounds like they already sped it up.
For the once free energy electromagnetic grid system of the ancient advanced civilization all over the surface of the Earth, and which I believe existed up until recent times. We are still using much of the enduring and sophisticated infrastructure of this advanced civilization.
Yeah, Austin, we're all having fun. If you want to come on the show with us, Austin, you can. Let me know. I'll put the link out for you.
What is a circuit board? A circuit board is a physical piece of technology that allows for the assembly of electrical circuits or data circuits on a horizontal layer of material. I think the existence of the original civilization was destroyed by a deliberately caused cataclysm within the last couple of 100 years, and most of this incredible infrastructure it constructed has been deliberately destroyed ever since then, into the present day.
Let me put out the link for Austin.
Here are a few of many examples of demolished monumental architecture in New York City alone. The Gallender Building, said to have been completed in 1897 and destroyed in 1910, only 13 years later. A version of Madison Square Garden without a completion date that was demolished in 1926. The historic Hotel Astor in our historical narrative stood for only 63 years between 1904 and 1967, before it was demolished and replaced by a high-rise. All three of these buildings in Manhattan were demolished, with the Singer Building, the headquarters of the Singer Manufacturing Company, said to have been completed in 1908 and demolished in 1968, along with the City Investing Tower the same year, and the Hudson Terminal Rail Station, demolished at some point after closing in 1971. As well as the Brooklyn Savings Bank, said to have been completed in 1894 and demolished in 1964. By the way, what do banks deal in? Currency. What is currency defined as? A system of money in general use in a particular country. What is a river current? A river current is defined as the water moving in a river. What is a river bank? It is defined as the land at either edge of a river. What is a river defined as? A large natural stream of water flowing in a channel to the sea, a lake, or another such stream. What is an electric current defined as? A stream of charged particles, such as electrons or ions, moving through an electrical conductor or space. What does electrical charge mean? It is the physical property of matter that causes it to experience a force, strength, or energy as an attribute of physical action or movement when placed in an electromagnetic field. The word force has meanings in English of coercion or compulsion, or making someone do something against their will. In our everyday language, the definition of charge applies to a price for goods or services. And making a charge on a credit card allows us to have the charges for goods and services billed in the next credit card statement to the cardholder, giving the cardholder the option of making a full payment with no interest.
And our cards even have little chips on them, like little, they've got little microchips.
Borrow the money,
And
sometimes
then we're gonna have like real IDs.
penalty of being denied future
We're
credit.
gonna have chips too.
History. Why all of these connections between terms used in the financial industry and terms used in electrical engineering? Is there some kind of energy harvesting going on between us and the financial system we have been operating under for the last 100 to 200 years? And are rivers actually natural? I think they are man-made, considering that I consistently find the exact same snaky S-shaped rivers all over the world, including but not limited to these rivers in
I
Australia.
just saw this Blue Dragon River. I forget where it's located.
And I find the
But
same similarity.
looks like a blue dragon.
Like shown here in the states of Iowa, Missouri.
Oh, she
and
breaks it
Louisiana
down,
and
dude. It
Africa.
takes her a little while,
So
but
to begin with making
watch
the
this.
connection of the physical infrastructure of the original civilization.
It
to the
takes her a
circuit
little
board,
while, but
I'm going to start with identifying the infrastructure found worldwide known as
watch
star
this.
forts as batteries. I can make a
Starports.
strong case that there were 4 pairs of star forts, with each pair situated along various points of the lower and upper New York bays, even though the physical structure of what was called Fort
This
Gibson
lady
on
does
Ellis
her
Island
research,
is long
dude.
buried in
Michelle
gone.
Gibson.
There was Fort Hancock on Sandy Hook at the Atlantic Ocean entrance to the lower New York
Hold on,
Bay.
someone just popped in. I gotta let him in. Let's see who it is. Austin Murphy, my man. What's up, Austin? How you doing?
I'm all right, man.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hanging out.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
A star fort at one time.
We're looking at the circuit board Earth. You know about the circuit board Earth, probably, right? Anything about it, Austin? How all the buildings are computer pieces?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really,
All right.
yeah.
And Fort
Well,
Tilden
check
on the
this
Rockaway
out. You'll love
Peninsula in the lower New York Bay, north of Fort Hancock and Sandy Hook. Fort Wadsworth.
Did she say that town that we're not allowed to talk about?
Yeah, I drove through it. I got a picture of it. I got a picture of the sign.
Staten Island side of the
Oh,
Verrazano
cool.
Narrows Bridge,
I drove through it with Christian.
located at the Narrows between the lower and upper New York bays, and Fort Hamilton is at the base of the Brooklyn side of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Fort Wood in the upper New York Bay is underneath the Statue of Liberty, across from Ellis Island, upon which there used to be what was called Fort Gibson. Fort Jay is on Governor's Island at the convergence of the Hudson and East Rivers, across from Fort Amsterdam, which was located on what is now called the Battery. One definition of a battery is a device that
The
produces
battery.
electricity that may have several
A battery.
primary or secondary cells arranged in parallel or series.
You know,
as
it's funny that they nicknamed it the Battery because that was my nickname in high school, Rasta.
as a
Oh
battery
yeah, the battery.
Yeah, yeah.
or a voltage of energy. If the current flow in a circuit.
Hooray, the battery.
Which lies in this definition.
Energizer.
And other infrastructure I have shared that don't feature the classic look of a star fort functioned as circuitry and batteries for the purpose of producing electricity on the planetary grid system for the advanced civilization. I consistently find star forts all over the earth that are paired together in the same location or found in clusters of more than 2. Lighthouses played some kind of function in concert with starports. For all we know, starports have a connection to star energy, and lighthouses are actual houses of light.
And you know what else lighthouses do? Lighthouses prove the Earth is flat.
Because there's way more
right.
function of lighthouses.
Well, and and you know, like I've questioned now. I've come into question, like how ships got built in such abundance, like right off the bat. You know, like I'm calling some BS on that.
That's
like
a whole other show, Rasta.
That all of a
That's
sudden,
a
like
whole-
these
that's-
ships
that's-
have just
yeah.
been
We
like
could look- we
they're
could
out
look
there
into
in
that.
the ocean, and there's enough to like do commerce and ship things from port to port. And even though there's all these that wreck out at sea.
Wait, you know what? That's a good one. But just put it on the side, and we'll save it for when Bill Miller comes back.
A tower or other structure containing a beacon light to warn or guide ships at sea. Were they in actuality drawing down the cosmic energy to charge the starport batteries? Here are examples of New York Bay lighthouses. The Sandy Hook Lighthouse is located at the northern end of Sandy Hook at Fort Hancock, said to be the oldest working lighthouse in the United States.
Yeah, Sean's a fucking Picasso over there. What up, Boynick? Boynick, I put out the link if you want to join.
It was built in 1764. And
It's there-
other
it should
lighthouses
still be
of
there.
New York Bay include the Old Orchard Lighthouse is said to have been built in 1883 and is 3 miles south of the center of Staten Island. The West Bank Lighthouse, which serves as the front range light for the Ambrose Channel, which is used in navigation
I've
to
never seen a
indicate
lighthouse
passage or position
in real
fixing.
life.
It is said to have been built in 1901. The Staten Island
Have you guys
Lighthouse
seen
on
one?
Richmond Hill is the rear range light for the Ambrose Channel, a
What?
90-foot high or
Have
20.
you guys seen a lighthouse in real life? I have.
No. Who hasn't? You? Andy?
Yeah.
Who's talking?
Me.
I can't.
Is
I can
anybody-
bar- Sean, you haven't seen one in real life?
Man, I've been to one. I almost drowned by one in Lake
There's one.
Michigan.
There's one over here. I've seen one. Yeah, there's one in Boston over here. Yeah, there's one over on the up near George's Island. I've seen one.
You
But
got one by you, Ray?
I've seen a couple. But
That's
what?
all.
But Sean, aren't you always on a boat, dude?
Yeah, but we're on a river.
Oh, you never
Yeah,
been
we're
out
on a
on. You
river.
don't go out on the ocean.
No, the boat was
Oh.
made on the river or on the ocean, but we took it in the Willamette River, inland.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
So you have a river. So you have so you have an ocean ship in a river.
No, it's a river boat made on the ocean. It's a stern
All
paddle
right.
boat.
All right.
You're
All right.
you're right off the Willamette River, right, Sean?
Yeah, that's what this is. This is
It's
West
called
Coast.
it's right by. It's right by Lake Titicaca and
Yeah,
the
I'm
Smackahoe tribe.
I'm off the same river, the Willamette, here up in Portland, and the Willamette's one of the only rivers in the world that goes from south to north instead of north to south, which
one
is
of-
weird because, like, if
Yeah.
we were on a spinning ball, that would make absolutely no sense. How does the river flow? It's like the River Nile and a few other rivers. Like, there's like 4 of them, I think, in total in the entire world that flow from south to north instead of north to south.
The predominant winds here come out of the southwest
I
too,
know a
which is
little bit about
backwards
it
for a
because
spinning ball.
I've been really, because I
The
was
wrong
living in
direction.
Salem and I was trying to I found pavement
Yeah.
light, I found underground, I interviewed all that, and I was like, I don't see no starport evidence. I didn't see it for a while, but then I've lived up here in West Salem,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
only thing I noticed it was because of hills. The hills are killing me. I had to get a different bike, and then now that I got this bike, I'm like looking at the roads and recognizing them, and then I can see them, and then I can compare what the Google Earth says. I've been looking at all these different like maps.
Oh wow,
from,
TP
but then I've been
Southwick.
driving.
Oh no, Drew Duncan. I'm wondering where all these lighthouses, light stations are accessing their power source because they don't have power lines or electric lines connected to them.
Yeah,
Well,
Interesting.
they would light
Interesting.
a fire. The story goes that they would light a fire and it would like
gaslighting, like gaslight.
Yeah.
I have videos of gaslights on my channel.
But how would they get? Some of them are out on rocks too, like that look like pretty like sketchy to ride a boat out to. I wouldn't want to float out to some of these lighthouses in a little two-seat paddle boat.
I always think
You get slammed into a rock and just like you get destroyed.
You know how they always say that they're always like lighthouses are sending out?
Everybody give this a thumbs up, post it, share it. Let's find out who's still awake and get some people in here.
What if
in
it's a
Coney
receiver?
Island in Seagate and situated east of the Ambrose Channel of New York Harbor. It is said to have been built in 1890. The Fort Wadsworth Lighthouse, said to have been built on top of Battery Weed in 1903. And the Statue of Liberty on
this
top
is
of Fort
cool.
Wood even
This
served
is
as
cool.
an
Watch
operational
this.
lighthouse starting on November 22nd of 1886, a month after it was officially opened, until March 1st of 1902, when we are told it was discontinued as a navigational aid. I found the same kind of starport lighthouse patterns occurring on the other side of the continent in San Francisco Bay. There is a starport and lighthouse on the south end of the Golden Gate Bridge, with the Battery Boutel nearby on the Presidio grounds beside the bridge. On the other side of the Golden Gate Bridge, we find Battery Spencer on the other side of the bay, right next to the bridge. And underneath the base of the Golden Gate Bridge is the Lime Point Lighthouse, said to have
Grant Rogers, strange shout out.
been built in 1883 and automated since 1960.
Hey, Austin, thanks for joining.
That whole city of San Francisco is a trip.
San Francisco in San Francisco Bay
Like
is best
Golden
known
Gate
as
Bridge.
infamous prison for troublesome prisoners. There's a
Bay
lighthouse on
Bridge.
Alcatraz Island. To put the lighthouse into the
Yeah, we have a Mudfoot researcher named San Francisco Sue Finelli, and she does boots on the ground work for me, and she goes out there and films Alcatraz and all kinds of shit.
context of the historical
Yeah.
period we've been given,
She's awesome.
the island of Alcatraz
Yeah,
was
Sue's
given
the
by the
best.
Governor
Yeah.
Theo Pico to Julian Workman in
You caught it.
1846 to build a lighthouse on it. Workman was a member of the Workman and Temple families prominent in the history of the Los Angeles area. Another thing to point out is the location of this lighthouse and Alcatraz with respect to the Golden Gate Bridge and the two lighthouses on either end of the bridge. There appears to be a triangulated relationship between the lighthouse on Alcatraz, the Fort Point light on the Presidio side of the
See
Golden Gate
that?
Bridge, and the Lime Point light on the other side of the bridge.
Interesting.
There's a whole series of lighthouses running
Dude.
throughout the San Francisco Bay.
She shows that there's a time. Look, you see this? The sun lines up in the moon, and the luminaries line up exactly with the Statue of Liberty. Exactly with what? This is crazy. Watch this.
I also consistently find lighthouses with astronomical alignments, like these examples.
Look at that. What a coincidence, huh? It just happens. Look at the Statue of Liberty. Hold on. Let me pause that. Boom, baby. Come on. That just happens to happen by accident.
Well, does it, or could you just get around those objects at any angle? Because like
the person or the camera could be moved and
yeah, like you can just move your camera.
Yeah. So what do you guys think? What do you? I'm wondering.
no, dude, this could happen easily anytime.
Yeah, I mean,
you
I
can
could
make
get
this
that
happen.
money shot behind anything, you know, like
Yeah,
as long
yeah.
as you're in the right, as
So
long as
basically-
you get in the right angle.
I remember back in high school, your name was Money Shot Rasta. And then
That's
you had,
right.
And then you had a bunch of kids.
If you paid me enough money, I could get that photo.
Gonna make it count.
On the Isle of Alderney, one of the Channel Islands off the coast of France, there's a triangulated relationship between the Alderney Lighthouse, Fort Quesnard, and the ruins of Fort Les Amours, Lorraine. There is also a triangulated relationship between the islands of Bermuda and Fernando de
This
Noronha.
whole world is about triangles, you know, like the Trinity.
You like it, Drew?
Three places with
I'll
a high
put the link in
concentration
for
of
this
star forts
for
for
this
their
chick.
small sizes. There are other places
I'll put the link in for this chick's channel.
and regions with a high concentration of there's some kind of energy nodal points on the Earth's grid system. I just want to demonstrate that there are clear relationships existing between all of this infrastructure. The Isle of Wight, just off the coast of southern England and the English Channel, has a number of star forts and lighthouses. One of them, the Needles Lighthouse, stands 109 feet or 33 meters tall on the outermost of the chalk pillars.
33.
Out of granite blocks in 1859 for Trinity House, the
Hey,
official
what do you guys
authority
think we would
lighthouse
do if we did have all the answers?
Islands and Gibraltar.
I don't know.
The description in this photo
That's
says
where-
the lighthouse is now flat-topped for
No,
helicopters.
I was just reading about the Zen earlier,
Currently needed underpinning work in 2010.
and
to
they're
keep
like, before I became enlightened, I
This
chopped
described
wood and I
as
carried
Columbus
water.
radio signal was sent by Marconi
And after I became enlightened,
in the year
I
1897.
chopped wood and I carried
Wonder what it was
water.
about this location that influenced his decision to do his
So
work
it's
on
like-
wireless communication here.
Right, exactly
I'm
right.
sure one of the things is that the sand of the bay here includes extremely pure white silica, an important component for enhancing radio frequency transmission. The Old Needles Battery is situated on a chalk cliff located right above the chalk pillars. This had been built between 1861 and 1863 as a coastal defense against French invasion. The Old Needles Battery has a tunnel leading to its searchlight emplacement. in linear alignment with the Needles Lighthouse. Needles' new battery was said to have been completed in 1895, higher up on the same cliff, and said to have been constructed because of concerns about subsidence problems.
Yeah,
with the
this
old
is
battery and
I just
concussion
explained it
from
real
firing
quick.
the
This is by Michelle Gibson. I put her link in the chat, and she's like a really top-notch researcher.
Yeah,
like,
buddy.
She
One of
does.
the best.
She's one of the best. She takes care of her shit. She doesn't fuck around. She doesn't put out bullshit.
battery's guns, causing the cliffs to crumble. The next components of circuit board Earth that I'm going to look at are, well, circuits. In one of the theories that I did on
She
research,
sounds like
I discovered
she
airports
sounds like
having
the
racing tracks
female.
in angular relationships.
She's not. She doesn't.
Sorry.
She doesn't really talk this fast. They sped her up.
No, I'm saying she sounds like the female version of Eric Dubé.
She's really smart. She's well, she is really smart. I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't know. Eric Dubé's cool too, though. I like him.
Short distances away.
Yeah, Savani's pretty
I
smart
was doing
too.
research on the Shepherd's Bush district of West London based on a commenter's suggestion. In the process of doing that, I realized I had seen this
She's really gonna break it down on this.
angular relationship between London Airport and Shepherd's Bush on the top left, where there had been a huge
I've
track
never seen all this before.
that had been used in
She
later
does
years.
enough digging to put some pieces
And
together,
in my own
man.
research of the Tampa,
It's pretty
Florida
wild having all these lines.
Martin Liedke did a huge show about this too. I'll play that one next. He covers a lot.
neighborhood of Sulphur Springs last summer, when I had noticed at the Tampa International Airport and the Sulphur Springs neighborhood in Tampa, Florida, where there was a Greyhound racing track, had the same angular relationship. After I made that initial connection, commenters left other
Oh, was
examples
she?
of the
She
same
was
kind
on
of
Weaving
relationship between
Spiders?
airports and racing tracks,
What up,
past and
Jonathan?
present.
I don't even
including
know that
not limited
channel.
to places like Montreal, Quebec,
I've
Canada,
seen this video. This is good, man.
Put the link in,
Pennsylvania
Jonathan,
on the
for
middle
Weaving
left,
Spiders.
Toronto, Ontario, Canada in the middle, Los Angeles, California on the middle right,
I've been to a
and
few
Sydney, Australia on the bottom.
lighthouses out
In
here
addition
in
to airports and
there's a
racetracks,
few in
I also
Washington
find things
State
like railroad yards,
and
professional
Oregon.
sports complexes, star forts, and even amusement parks with similar characteristics and relationships to each other, and branding in different cities around the world. In these Google Earth screenshots, all the lines drawn go through or to professional sports complexes and rail yards in Toronto, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. I have long wondered about a connection between athletic
Have you ever, Voynick? Have you ever talked to Eric Dubé or like had any interaction with him? I'm just wondering.
fields to the Earth's grid system, since finding ball fields sandwiched between a star fort called Fort Negley and the railroad yards in Nashville,
Because I'm trying to get in touch with him just to say what up.
and the direct connection of railroads to star forts when they found the former location of the Fort of Pensacola on the bottom right. And this map shows its previous location with rail yards just below the former location of the Fort of Pensacola, the layout of which immediately reminded me of circuit board diagrams. More upcoming on rail lines of all kinds. I think ellipses being used as racing tracks were once components of the circuitry of the Earth's electromagnetic grid system. The sport of racing uses the word circuit in the following ways: the course over which races are won, the number of times the racers go around the track, an established itinerary of racing events involving public performance. And in bicycle racing, a circuit race is a mass start road cycle race that consists of several laps of a closed circuit, where the length of the lap is slightly longer each time. Electrical circuit definitions include a closed path in which electrons from a voltage or current source
Was
flow.
it a good stream,
It
boy?
includes devices that give energy to the charged particles the current is comprised of, such as batteries and generators. Devices that use current, like lamps, electric motors, and computers. And the connecting wires or transmission lines. An electronic circuit is a complete course of conductors through which current can travel and provides a path
that's a
for current
complete
to flow.
circuit.
The Indianapolis Motor Speedway is the largest sports venue in the world
Yep.
and said to have been constructed in 1909.
Mm-hmm.
Check this out: Vatican City, the Wimbledon campus, the Roman Coliseum, the Rose Bowl, Yankee Stadium, and the Kentucky Derby all fit inside the automobile racing circuit. Wouldn't it stand to reason that those behind the reset when setting up the new world would take advantage of the super science of the different types of circuits in the Earth's grid system in order to harness their inherent power to enhance performance at sporting events?
So she's saying coliseums, sporting places, racetracks, all the places that are shaped like this were already here. They were part of the circuit grid system that made it work. All the electricity work. Every building's connected. The electric companies around here is called National Grid. You know, like it's a grid. The whole Earth is flat, and it's a grid.
That just made me think of the term circuit court. circuit
right.
court where you get charged and you get thrown into a cell.
Circuit boards are flat too.
Yeah,
Circuit.
and they're green. just like the Earth.
And in the process, making lots of money at highly charged, prestigious gaming and betting venues. In regards to similar configurations found in different cities, in Cincinnati, Ohio, the city's professional sports stadiums are downtown next to the Ohio River. And interestingly, they are situated on the river exactly like they are in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Nathan Bauer says, Rasta Bear, you were talking about China and time zone. Please continue. What do you want to know, Nathan?
Yeah, there's no time zones in China, and it's one of the hugest. It's bigger than the United States.
What do you mean? What do you mean? No time zones? Like it's all the same time throughout?
Yeah, it's all Chinese time zone.
So what time is it? It's just the same time everywhere.
Yeah, it's just the same time all across China.
So if it's day in some spots and night in some spots, it doesn't matter. It's still the same time.
Yeah, it's Chinese time.
That's kind of cool. So where did they get their time? Where did they get their time from?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't have any clue.
Well,
I don't even know if some of these places are real because I've never even been.
You know what?
there.
Let's have Nancy. Nancy, pull up the China special.
I don't know if North Korea is real.
I don't know if North Korea
That place sketches me out. I've seen videos of North Korea where like they're doing the parades, right, with the missiles and shit.
Yeah,
and they pointed out like the tanks are fake and the giant rockets are fake.
I don't believe any of it.
They're parading down the street.
It's all a bunch of malarkey.
He's like, why would they parade like gigantic missiles down their street like that?
Home of the MLB
Makes no sense.
There's a park directly in front of the Paul Brown Stadium known as the
Gunpowder
Park, just like in Pittsburgh, where the Roberto Clemente Park is in front of the Heinz Field Stadium of the Pittsburgh Steelers, which is located next to the PNC Park, home of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and a bridge located between both.
I say it's a show of power to get the people to rally behind it, but it's probably all paper mache.
A much larger configuration. What else is similar between Pittsburgh and Cincinnati? There's the geographic landmark and residential neighborhood of Mount Adams in Cincinnati, a flat-top-looking earthwork that at one time had an incline railway.
Nice.
Yeah,
just like Pittsburgh, which has two remaining incline railways out of what was originally 17 on the flat-topped Mount Washington, named the Duquesne and Monongahela inclines. The Mount Adams incline operated from 1872 until 1948. Long since demolished, it was the longest-running incline of Cincinnati's historic 5 incline railways. And the Immaculata Church and Holy Cross Monastery, said to have been built in 1895 and 1901 respectively, are close to the edge of Mount Adams, overlooking the river, like St. Mary of the...
Let me ask you a question, Rasta. You probably know the answer. All right, I'm smoking hash out of a pipe with a screen in it because that's all I got, right? And I don't have any weed to mix it with. Do you think I'm losing hash in the pipe?
No, I don't think it's.
It seems like it's burning.
Yeah, no, it'll melt down and then
it stays on the screen, right?
Yeah, it'll stay. It doesn't like just drip through like
dab.
Yeah. That you'd lose a good amount of whatever, but like with the hash, though. Yeah, I've smoked just like straight bowls and long loads.
This is hash. This is straight hash. Let's check it out.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Yeah, hash is this thing, like in a lot of countries like Afghanistan and other places, that's the primary way of like smoking cannabis.
I know they don't even have weed, and like
they call it like churros, where they make the women strip down naked and walk through the cannabis fields. And I don't know if that part's true.
But Rasta, can I ask you a question?
But they rub their hands on the plants, right? They get their hands covered in the hash, and then they just hand roll it, and that's how they do it all day long. Which I've done that at trim camp. I would like before I started wearing the gloves when I trim, because I don't like it takes forever to get that stuff off your hands. Like you're sitting there forever getting that hash off your hands.
Yeah, that's hash, right? So, all that black stuff.
Yeah, and so like I just I finally started wearing gloves because I just didn't even want to deal with it. But like a lot of people,
does it still stick to the glove or what?
Oh yeah, it does. But like it just when you're surrounded by hundreds of pounds of weed though, and you're trimming it, it's like the last thing you want to do is like pick off that little bit off your glove. I mean, that's like they hook you up with like fat bags and whatever you want to take home.
At the end though, you can't just take it off the gloves.
You could, but yeah.
I just asked my advisor.
Didn't wear the gloves.
Hey, you're supposed to just rub your fingers through your hair, and the oil from your hair will get it off. That's what I used to do.
I want to smoke this.
When I used to like roll blunts and shit.
I had it all over my hands the other day, and I just washed it off and threw it away.
Yeah. I just use some rubbing alcohol works best. Just get it right off.
I should have just scraped it off and turned it into hash, dude. Like what the fuck? I'm pissed now. I wasted a shitload. But yeah, so what I was gonna say is all right. So Rasta, these other countries where they only have hash, or they used to only have hash, right? Like Ireland was one. They have weed now, but they only had hash, right? If they make hash out of weed, right? Why would they only have hash? Well, what happened to all the flour? What, they just decided to turn it all into hash? Because I heard
they don't have places to process and dry it a lot of times. Like they would get in trouble if like they had like a dry location because it stinks when you're drying weed. You know, you can tell who's drying weed on the block because like
you can tell
it. And then like you've got to bag it up. You've got to do all this in a lot of places where they're shipping it. It's definitely not the most legal, and so hash is just way more compact. You can a pound of hash, you can fit in these little hockey pucks, and like it's like nothing compared to like the size of a pound of weed. And it's just way more practical, and it does the trick. It's like, and it has the flavor and the punch as well. There's this YouTube channel called Strain Hunters. I don't know if you ever heard of them, but like it's one of these two guys, and they go to all these countries like Afghanistan, and they talk about like there's a whole episode on these finger hash actually that I'm talking about.
All right, we'll look it up. Remind me after this thing, we'll look up finger hash.
Yeah, let's look up the Strain Hunters in particular. We should give them a shout out.
Think they'll get pissed if I play it on here?
Yeah, you can probably play it on your.
That's the one I saw too. The cows eat the plants.
And just a portion of the large number of airfields and airstrips in this part
of that India.
The Saratoga Race Course is a thoroughbred horse racing track in Saratoga Springs, New York. It is one of the oldest sporting venues in the United States, having opened on August 3rd of 1863.
And when I searched on YouTube, it didn't come up, so I want to see. It probably still is on YouTube, but might as well put it up more places.
That's crazy. If grass and stuff is the green part of the circuit board, right? Like in trees and stuff.
Name of Saratoga Springs reflects mineral springs.
Then cannabis is also part of the circuit board, right?
I want to.
So we're smoking the circuit board. When we smoke the herb, we take parts of the circuit board and we smoke it.
That's pretty intense.
How you doing, Austin?
I know how you doing, Austin. He just comes on and hangs out. It's fine. I like having people just come on and hang out. That's
cool. I was thinking. What was I about to say? Oh, it's like a field. It's a field. Yeah, we're basically fucking batteries. So the Matrix is real.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. True.
Yes. Yeah, we're in the Matrix. That's what.
Yeah. So the Matrix is real. We're just fucking batteries. If you understand,
Keanu Reeves said that the Matrix was more a documentary.
If you understand how
science fiction
gravity works, which is not gravity, it's electromagnetic.
Electrostatic.
Yeah, electrostatic. Yeah, exactly. So fucking
it could have something to do with buoyancy and density. I'm still not decided yet because everything,
it's both.
Everything is water. The air is water. We're water.
We're like fish.
We're almost like fish. It's just different forms of water as you go up higher. It just changes. It starts out as water. Then in the air, there's water, and then as you go up, the air changes, but it's all just different forms of water.
Exactly. Yeah. Air is our water.
And then outer space is probably water too, and we're like inside a bubble. You know.
Well, and that's just in our dimension that we can see the density that we're in, which is the third density. I mean, there's things that are happening right in front of your face right now that's happening in the fourth and fifth densities that we don't even like aren't aware of, because like our program, our construct in the Matrix is in the meat suit that we're in. We can only fathom the third density unless we like exit out of that using meditation, psychedelics, and things of those nature.
I've seen some other dimensions, some other densities. So he's right. There is other realms right here.
Right here.
Right here.
And that's like not something a lot of like people talk about.
I have a lot of security cameras around the house here, and they have infrared illuminators to see at night, and they show that other dimension, like the one right close to us or whatever, and what people describe as orbs. That's it's kind of a catch-all phrase like UFOs, but I see ones that like mimic other shapes. I see perfect spheres. I see things that look like they're swimming. I see
I've seen it all, man.
like what you would describe as a fairy that looks like a butterfly with multiple sets of wings.
I've seen one that turned in from a fairy to a bird to like a fucking bat. And then
I've seen these things go through solid steel, glass, concrete. I've seen them fly in and out of light bulbs. I've seen them fly through people's heads.
I've seen teddy bears floating on balloons.
Well,
and then
what's fascinating
it was like a balloon, and then it was like an umbrella.
Okay.
Yeah,
something else that grows on our circuit board, in the forests and whatnot.
Yeah.
And on the coastlines by these lighthouses and stuff are psychedelic mushrooms.
I knew you were going to say that.
They grow right on on the circuit board.
Yeah.
And then once again, just like we smoke the cannabis from the circuit board, we can eat these psychedelic mushrooms
right off the cow shit. Right off the shit. And
it shows you clear as day that there's most definitely a gazillion things going on around you that you see it clearly when you eat the mushrooms.
Grant Rogers said mycelium.
Yeah, the mycelium.
The mycelium.
And the psilocybin mycelium, it's like, and the mycelium is the largest living, and if you look up in Humboldt County,
I'm going to let this play, but you can talk
California,
Street Railroad Service.
It's the largest living organism of mycelium in the world.
Baden Springs and French Lick, Indiana. The hotel for the resort was built in 1901 in the Moorish architectural style, and from 1902 to 1913 was said to have the largest dome in the world. It had a trolley system.
And the
largest bicycle track in the country, a covered double-decker.
Daniel Taggart.
The double-decker bicycle track, however, was said to have been nearly demolished by a windstorm that blew through the area on July 25th of 1925. And when the owner received an insurance check for $100,000, he tore the rest of the structure down, and it was gone by the fall of 1925. Similar relationships exist in Hot Springs, Arkansas, where the Oaklawn Racing Casino Resort, a thoroughbred horse racing track that first opened in February of 1905.
Who has the best mushrooms? I see everyone talking about mushrooms now. Who has the best ones? Who has the best mushrooms? Shout it out.
Well, like you can get them just about anywhere now. Like they grow here in Portland in the park. Like I've got some. There's
what up, Nate?
Dianescens.
Yeah.
And they're super psychedelic. Like you normally, like with the Kabinzis, you have to eat like a half-eighth or an eighth to really get a good psychedelic experience.
Tell the truth. We're in the truth community.
2017.
Who's got the best ones?
All right, hey, right?
Boston Ray, get some.
Mama Earth has the best ones because they just grow right.
Get some to Boston Ray.
Hot Springs also had a trolley car system at some point in time, and the Hot Springs Street Railroad ran around Hot Springs to and from the Oaklawn racetrack. When I was doing research on the correlations between the physical infrastructure of railroads, canals, and starports, and other interesting things almost 2 years ago, I ended with this photo, which had the caption of electric trains operating in the Gare d'Orsay circa 1900. Electric trains. The Gare d'Orsay Railroad Terminal was said to have opened in Paris in 1900. This finding led me to look up the definition of the word terminal for the first time. There are two definitions of terminal.
I smoked mushrooms.
One is...
Crunchy B said don't smoke them. This is the deal with smoking mushrooms, okay? If you smoke mushrooms by themselves, just smoke them. They don't do nothing. if you smoke mushrooms while you're tripping on mushrooms, they work and they get you really fucked up. But it tastes like mold. It's like I took a bong rip. It ruined my bong, dude. I had this Grim Reaper bong, Rasta. You ever seen the bong with the Grim Reaper and he's holding the bowl?
Yeah.
And the carbs on the back. I had that thing, and you smoke out of his hood. And we put mushrooms in the Grim Reaper bong, dude. And it was like, I didn't even know they did. They were like, here, they passed me the bowl, and like I was all, I took a hit, and I was like, ugh. Like, it was gross, dude. But it gets you nice when you're on the mushrooms. But if you try to smoke the mushrooms by themselves and not eat them, it won't do anything. Right? Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, I've tried it. I've tried it. Yeah, it definitely, it does give you the effect. Like if I was gonna smoke a psychedelic, it would be DMT.
Yeah,
just because
I don't trust that stuff, Rasta. I don't know. I haven't done it yet, or I'm not going to do it.
Yeah,
ever.
I don't recommend it because it like out of all the substances I've tried,
Michelle, what's up? Welcome.
It has like demonic, like I've been visited by these beings on DMT a couple times, like where they came and they were like talking this ancient Sumerian language to me.
Yeah, Rasta.
It was creepy shit.
Rasta, I seen it, right? I was looking at the ceiling, right? And you know how sometimes like it looks a little, when you're tripping, it looks a little fuzzy. And then the fuzz kind of like turns into colors, like, and it looks like it's like rainbow color fuzz on the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was looking at it and it started taking shape, right? I was listening to music and I seen this whole alphabet in hieroglyphics, right? That I never recognized. It was like an alien alphabet, dude. It was like something that was like from another world, dude. It was like sigils or something, right? And it was like a whole alphabet. And I was like, what language is that? And I was young, you know what I mean? I was like, is that Hebrew? Is that fucking Egyptian? It wasn't. It wasn't nothing I've ever seen before in my entire life. What do you think that was, Rasta? You know what my friend told me? My friend Dave, my cousin Dave. Shout out to cousin Dave. He was a deadhead. He's a deadhead. And he said that I seen the writing on the wall, dude. What does that mean,
like
Rasta?
the source codes. It's like the source coding for everything. It's like the basic coding of like that everything is built up off of, and it's like the original like language of like this clockwork, writing. And
you ain't gonna get that. You ain't gonna get that effect from taking mushrooms.
And that's the thing. A lot of it. Well, I mean, you can get it from like really.
Take mushrooms
like, some people get it from just smoking weed because like they don't smoke all the time, and so like some people can get super psychedelic just smoking, a bong hit or two, and get the same effects as like, I would get, from the psychedelics.
I used to mix a whole bunch of psychedelics together, which isn't healthy, and I don't suggest it. And
me too.
I'll mix a whole bunch of different psychedelics.
Yeah.
But just don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah. No, I've been straight up Hunter S. Thompson before. Just rocking and rolling and.
I took the mescaline. The mescaline, the microdots, the purple ones, the brown ones, the orange ones.
Yeah,
those ones are pretty good.
I've climbed up Mushroom Mountain once or twice. Who's counting?
Yeah, the MDMA pills.
To these blue and yellow, purple pills.
You ever see those big ones called the sunflowers, and they were like double sided? They had like a sun on one side and a flower on the other.
I don't know.
Them things were tripped out.
Connection for closing an electric circuit. There's that electrical circuitry terminology again. And old railroad stations around the world are architectural creations of great beauty and grandeur. These magnificent creations are still in use. This is the Cincinnati Union Terminal, which has the largest half dome in the Western Hemisphere.
Hey, Rasta. Cool, calm, just like my mom with a couple of Valium inside a palm. It's Mr. Mischief with a trick up his sleeve. Roll up on you like Christopher Reeve.
Yeah,
I can't describe the vibe I get when I drive by 6 people and fly by head. Oh, shit, I just started a mosh pit. And stop the Foster kids. These shrooms make me hallucinate. And then I sweat till I start losing weight. I see dumb shit start happening. Oh, look, Vanilla Ice trying to rap again. So bounce. Come on, bounce. I say, come on, bounce. Everybody in the house. About weed. I meant coke. Dumbass, sit down. We don't fuck around. Better ask around. D12, throw the bomb and smash the town. Bizarre, your mom's passing out. Better throw her on the couch before she crashes out. right?
That's right.
The Antwerp Central
Yeah,
Railway
man.
Station in Belgium.
That was dope.
The Madrid Station in Spain.
Hey, I've
And what
heard.
used to be called the Victoria
So
Terminus
I've
Station.
heard people are
is now
able
called
to
the
experience.
Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminus in
I've heard
Mumbai.
people are able to experience
These
these
magnificent
things
trains,
without
however,
doing
are long gone.
DMT and just
Hence,
by
trains-
meditation. Just
You
by
are.
meditating.
I've heard that too, but good fucking luck, dude. You need a chemical.
I know, yeah,
I'm not gonna
yeah.
fucking lie. I'm
I
not
know.
gonna sugarcoat things. I tell the truth. Fuck
Yeah,
the natural
you
shit.
know, and
you
well,
need
and
fucking
see,
chemicals to see that shit.
see, and these things, you know, like I like the natural way as well, but I'm
I do
also
too.
I'm
I'm all
not
about the
someone who's
natural
going to
stuff
tell you
now.
not to try these other things.
Doing
You know, because I feel like they were put here for us to experiment
Yeah,
with.
but,
Yeah,
They're
it's
tools
like they say doing
and
DMT
resources.
is like skipping to
All
the
right, so LSD is a
Like, you just
chemical,
skip-
but
you
what,
just skip-
where does it come from? Argot, right? Originally, argot, which is a mold that
Yep.
grows on bread.
Ergot.
So it's the same fucking thing as taking mushrooms, but
Yeah.
it's just put in a smaller,
Yeah,
more,
yeah.
more.
I actually prefer
concentrated
LSD over
form.
mushrooms.
I prefer LSD.
Oh hell
over
yeah, hell yeah.
It's like,
110 and
yeah, it's one of my all-time favorites. You
Dude,
know, like
the last time I took LSD was like a month or two ago, and we got it from the Grateful Dead. It was from Bob Ware, and it was a sheet, and the entire sheet was a portrait of Bob Ware, and it's called Flash Acid because the back has like every tab had like a little flash symbol on it. You know what I'm saying? Like like a gold one, and they were all different.
Bro,
It was like
when
green
I was
and
in,
red.
when I was in the army, my friend
It was
fucking-
cool. It was like a portrait of Bob
yeah,
Ware.
the army people, they really eat it up.
Hey, when I was in the army, my friend was fucking. He took LSD one morning, and
Because they don't drug test you for it, right? So that basically, it doesn't
it's one of the only things they can
It's
do.
just random. Anyways, he was tripping, and he had to go to the range that day and qualify at the range, like qualify with his gun or whatever. He shot almost a perfect score, fucking tripping on like 3 tabs of acid.
Firing guns. You guys were firing guns on acid.
Yeah.
What kind of guns? What was that like?
M4s. I was.
M4s?
Well, I wasn't on it. It
that's
was,
so
he
cool.
told me he was, but
That's
fucking-
dangerous. That's dangerous, but that's cool though. You must have been freaked out. Like I would have been like, "What the fuck is this dude gonna go nuts?" You know, like you never know. At any second, anybody could flip out on that stuff. You gotta really
your emotions are,
Yeah, I would be if someone was around. If I was tripping and someone was firing an M4 around me, my friend or not, I would probably get out of. I would probably leave the room. I couldn't be around. That would be too intense for me. I mean, but you guys are military, or you were military, so you guys are used to being around M4s. But like, that's what my brother had too, you know. But like, I don't know. That's scary shit.
The Atlanta Terminal Station in Atlanta, Georgia.
When I'm at a
opened in
bar,
1905.
if I'm at a bar and it turns out to be a cop bar, and all these cops come in and they're all drinking, and there's a bunch of guns in the bar, I leave.
And was demolished in 1972.
Yeah.
The Birmingham Terminal Station in Birmingham, Alabama, said to have been completed in 1909 and demolished in 1969. The Baltimore and Potomac Railroad Station on Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. was said to have been built.
I'm having a baby, Michelle, a.k.a. the Nayak, is July 11th. A boy. Boom.
In 1893.
Boom, baby.
Boom, baby.
It was the location of President James A. Garfield's assassination in 1881. Here is a list of demolished railway stations in the United States alone. Then there is the subject of electric streetcar systems, also known as trams and trolleys.
This
and
is
which look the
interesting.
same all over the world.
Because they started out the whole place with electric cars, electric streetcars, and it was better like that. No gas.
Well, and it ran off the circuit board, probably.
And it ran off the circuit board, and everybody could get everywhere where they're going. Look, they were triple deckers. They could fit plenty of people in there. Like, everybody could get around, and now you need a car. You need to pay for gas. It's destroying the... It's not really destroying anything, but they're making it seem like we're raising fucking climate change and all this bullshit. It's all them because they ran the world on gas. They changed it. It was all electric at first, like this.
And showed up historically in the most unlikely places, like Manaus, in the heart of the Amazon rainforest in Brazil.
All right, so
no road connection to Manaus.
We're gonna start 3 petitions. A petition to a petition to bring back get rid of all gas cars and make trains accessible everywhere. Every street, trolleys, trains, everywhere. Okay. Another thing is we need to kill all the trees and replace them with cannabis plants in the same petition, because we don't need cannabis plants.
And hemp.
They produce more. They eat up more carbon than regular trees, right?
Yeah.
So unless we're growing them for fruit or like something like that, like some trees need to go, and we need to replace them with bushes of cannabis everywhere, so it'll be plentiful and free and accessible to everybody. We need and there was another one too, another petition that we was going to start too at the beginning of the show. I'll go back and check it out later. But that's
existed
great.
until 1973.
See, what if fuel is actually an illusion all the way around? Like, I thought about it today. I was filling up my gas cans, right?
And it's impassable when it rains.
It's like you smell it, and when you get on your hands, you smell it.
The gasoline?
Yeah, and then it's heavy, when you fill your container with it.
Mm-hmm.
But what if all that's just in your mind? And you're
they add the smell to it, you know that, right? Like when they.
What if none of it's real though?
What if I'm in your mind?
Like, cause the abundance of it makes no sense, right? They used to say it came from dinosaurs.
But what about when you run out of gas? Though? People have run out of gas, like, and their car breaks down.
Yeah, but the world never runs out of gas. Like, you have to fill it. You have to put your currency into the machine and get more gas into your vehicle. Yes. Just so the needle goes up and down, just like on an airplane. Like how they say there's all this fuel on airplanes, when it's like there's no way that much weight could be flying through the air at any given time, and they could land on those freaking rubber tires. You can't tell me that those tires.
Let's ask Austin Murphy what he thinks. If you guys want to have the airplane,
look at how gigantic the tires are of like the semis that carry fuel on a roadway. And then look how tiny ass the tires on airplanes are, right?
Rasta,
and you're telling me
find me some links that can show me after, because this is going to be done soon, I think. Let me see. What do we got? I don't know how much we got left of this. Yeah, like 20 more minutes. But when this is done, because I want to play this all the way through, should really break it down. But like, let's look up some runway stuff, like what you're talking about, because I never looked into the airplanes. I don't know.
Yeah, the tire thing just came to me, honestly. I've heard people debate the jet fuel hoax thing before, but never have they focused on what I just came up with or just now.
Drew, look it up. Google it. I can't really talk about it too much.
What debunks the whole thing that they do not.
EcstasyData.org. Anyway, go ahead.
That's what I'm talking about. The fuels.
On the big jets, Rasta, they have like what they call trucks. So it's not just one wheel on each side, like on a 747 or whatever. When the landing gear comes down, it's an array of wheels. So it'd be like six wheels.
It's like 6 wheels. Well, still though.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying it's not just. Don't think of it as one small tire.
I mean,
it's a whole
you guys must be young if you don't know what MDMA is.
I'm not saying that there is like zero jet fuel in the planes, but I'm saying that there's not near as much as they say there is.
I think the smallest engine in the tail of the plane it actually does burn fuel. And I think that provides the compressor for the compressed air that drives the other ones.
Right now, I haven't looked at it yet, and I haven't gotten into this debate yet with anybody. I smoked a bowl with Ted, but I didn't talk to him about the fuel thing.
I talked to him near the beginning of the whole debacle, where I'm totally like, I think that it's, well, I mean, like I say, I think we're living in a simulation in general, which totally makes sense. Like that, okay. Then jet fuel can be in the plane because it's not even real. The plane's not even real. We're just a simulation inside of this thing, so none of it's real.
Can I tell you guys something that's really weird about it? The first time I ever took a plane, I wasn't a flat earther yet. I was looking into Mandela effects. I was looking into 9/11. I was looking into all that stuff, but I wasn't a flat earther yet. I thought that sounded a little crazy, and I wasn't really looking at that yet. But I got in the plane. It was the first time I ever took a plane, and it was JetBlue, and it was like I was going to Dominican Republic, right? And you know, I got in. It's like a cabin. It's like pressurized. You know, you sit down, and they show you this little thing on the TV where it shows you a map where your plane is supposed to be. And even when you're going in the ocean, it still shows you where you are, right? So you're like this little blip on the map. So everybody feels comfortable. You know, everybody knows where they are. But that's just an imaginary drawing that they drew in the, like, it's just in your head. Like, who knows if that's really where you are? Like,
that's what I'm saying.
You go into this fucking cabin, and then you land somewhere, and you're somewhere else. You come out, and you're somewhere else.
Yeah, you go into a tube. Who knows if that thing even moves?
I realized that the first time I got on a plane, people. You sit there the whole time. You can't tell where you're going when you're in the sky.
Like the airport, you know, like who knows, like if anything ever, like if everything ever leaves there, or you just go into like a portal.
You always see the airport when you're crashing down.
Because isn't a port an airport? A port is a portal, right? So you could just be going into that tube.
You could be going into
a portal.
It's zapping you to another reality or something.
Well, you go to the other program of the other city, you know, because each city has its own digital construct, and so you go to each city, and then when you arrive there through your portal of your plane.
Dude,
airplanes you're in that program now.
What if airplanes are causing the Mandela effect? Every time you take a flight, your reality changes.
Yeah, you go into a different reality when you.
Every time you take an airplane, you land up.
Are you guys on LSD tonight?
Yeah, that would be.
I wish I was.
I'm just deep diving. I'm telling you.
I always think.
I mean, once you do enough, like you're kind of always tripping a little bit. I don't know. I'm out there.
Does not provide a reasonable.
I don't want to be down. I like being out there, though. I don't like being.
I don't like being here.
The words and the links.
Makes life more fun.
Wait, who has the best LSD? Shout it out right now. Let us know.
The last flight I took a handheld GPS with me, and it agreed with their navigation system that was displaying on the headrest in front of me. I could see where we were at, and my GPS said we were in the exact same place.
But that's the thing. Like, if we were in a simulation, that would.
I know everything would follow, but I'm just saying that I do have, I have some verification.
Where street was in operation from 1893 to 1960.
Plus, I flew airplanes, so I have a little personal experience
Palisades
there.
Park in Fort Lee, New Jersey, was the first.
Oh, that's cool. I've flown up in
2019, following
one of my cousins before.
Washington,
I
D.C.
flew single-engine planes and sailplanes.
Out in the United States.
Sad since for severe anxiety disorder too.
19th century as picnic and recreation areas at the ends of streetcar lines, and that by the 1920s these trolleys.
I was heavy into radio control when I was young.
For a variety of reasons, including destruction by fire more often than not. Palisades Park was in operation from 1898.
Can you do like the ham radios then?
We're all disordered. Boston.
No, this is not for communication. It was radio controlled, like aircraft and boats and cars.
Brandon Sean, disorderly. Mr. Sidewinder, you're disorderly. Austin Murphy, you're disorderly.
Wait a minute, I'm here.
Disorderly. Jonathan Compo, you're disorderly. Michelle, aka the Nayakis, you're disorderly. All right, you're all disorderly.
Disorderly. One, at which time it was demolished, and 4 luxury apartments were built in its place. Electric Park in Kansas City, Missouri, was said to have provided the inspiration for a young Walt Disney for his theme parks. Electric Park was said to have been built in 1907 and was closed in 1925, when most of it burned to the ground.
Burned. It had to go. It had to go.
Coney Island's Luna Park opened in 1903. Mostly destroyed by fire in 1944 and demolished in 1946.
It had to go.
Trolley parks in the United States were not an isolated occurrence. While some of the original trolley parks remain in operation.
Had to go.
That list is short compared to the ones that are no longer in existence.
They all had to go. Had to go. Why didn't they just leave them there? They were so beautiful.
And where did the factories come to help make all the building supplies for all these cities and all
streams out of order?
All these lights and all the bricks, like where did the brick companies, like where were they in all this? Like, is there have to be some brick companies that are from like 800 AD or whatever?
Rasta, you're on it. That's part of the research. So, like, we were looking up brick makers, dude. We were looking them up, like at the time, like when they build the buildings. Like we look up the buildings, right? And then we look up like how many bricks did it take to build that building, right? How many buildings did that brick maker make in that year? How many bricks did that brick maker produce in the year? Did they even produce enough bricks to make that many buildings? No. The answer is no. You looked it up.
It makes no sense. And where did they get all the material to make the bricks? Like,
but then I don't know. I've seen this video with Ewar and Wood Nichols put out where it's showing them like making the bricks on site, dude.
I was going to say they'd almost have to do it on site.
Right out of the material, right that's there. Like,
but how did they get all the material there?
Because there was enough broken buildings and bricks around that they could just use the old bricks and stuff that was there and remake new ones out of mud. They do it really fast. There's a process I can show you.
Provided some kind of enhancement.
I just want to play this video all the way.
Are all of you just NPCs?
Generating system that provided the NPCs advanced civilization with an opportunity to have some fun at the same time.
I don't know about some people.
Yeah, let's get to. I'll show you the brick maker. See if I can.
I prefer bot or troll.
Oh,
we have 14 people here. That's
the more I've gone through my fast.
No, I set StreamYard so you guys could all stream this to your channels now too. Like everybody who comes on the show, everybody that comes on the show can add this to their channel if you want. So you could be streaming this on your channel too if you want.
How do you want me to do that? I want to do that too.
Hey, you did it the other night, Andrew.
Hey, there you go. Thanks, man.
But hey, what happened though? When I cut the stream, was it still there?
No, I tried it and I launched it, and then I was like,
"What happened?"
I was afraid it was gonna ruin it, so I didn't try to go back and get kicked off. So I stayed on.
No, do it. Do it again. Try it. I want to see if it works. It's a new feature that they added.
I'm gonna add it here to say get up.
It'll get more people in here because it'll you know what I mean? It'll spread the stream out more across the platform. That's how the stream works. That's how YouTube works. It's like a circuit. It's like the more people that watch it, the more it shows up. The more thumbs up we get, the more it shows up. The more
you got to feed the beast.
The more channels that it shows up, you know what I mean? I'm not in it for the views. I'm in it to get the people to watch.
I've got to go to bed now because I'm doing this.
I was about to show you the brick making though. Do you want to see it?
I gotta go to bed. I'm so tired.
Yeah, I want to see it. Right?
Yeah, you can show me the brick making real quick. Actually, I'll watch it.
It's 18 minutes long though.
Yeah, I'll watch it for a minute, and I gotta go to bed because I'm fasting, and so I gotta get up early in the morning before the sun comes up and have a cup of coffee,
water.
In the 1800s.
To be converted, you have to destroy your past, destroy your history. You have to stamp on it. You have to say, my ancestral culture does not exist. It doesn't matter. I need to demonstrate how construction was possible in the 19th century. Otherwise, my future stuff will not make much sense. So there'll be a couple more videos like this coming. I get a lot of comments telling me that it was impossible for those in the 19th century to make so many bricks. So let's have a little look into brick production in the 19th century. I want to read to you excerpts from two sources. The first source is an academic paper on the mechanization of brickmaking in the United States by I.B. Holly. As the article reads, during the early colonial period, houses were often built with bricks that arrived as ballast in English ships, but settlers soon established brickyards to produce bricks.
All right, so during the colonial period, houses were often built with bricks that derived from ballast in English, so they brought them over on ships. But then the settlers soon established brickyards to produce bricks locally, okay?
Locally. Describing an 1810 brickyard in Philadelphia, Holly informs us that it was no more than a few sheds, a locally fabricated kiln, and of course...
That's why I got rid of all the vampires, you know what I'm saying? To make sure that we have a nice, safe environment around here. And I can't control what happens in other people's channels or other people's chats. I'm not trying to control people, but I can only control what happens here. And this is now a safe place. This house is clear now.
A bed. Typically, was employed about 1,000 hands and 6 or 8 boys who were not apprentices. Rival hand molders would sometimes hold competitions.
This is Legos here, right?
Yeah,
The record
Yeah,
appears to have been about
the Legos are brick.
Of course.
Right,
The average brickyard.
It's like Legos. It's like Legos. Look, so they taught somehow the Masons taught these people how to do Legos, or these are the Masons. Look, there's some orphans down there in the front, right? The record appears to have been about 25,000, but of course the average brickyard worker produced 9,000 to 10,000 bricks, dude, each. Like, so that's a lot. Like, so they were doing it.
Worker produced far fewer.
Maybe. I'm not saying anything for sure. I don't know.
9,000 to 10,000 was considered a fair day's output. There were some 30 brickyards in Greater Philadelphia by 1811. The 1810 census reported a population of 111,000.
So the 1810 census reported 1,011, 2010 people.
That's 33 if you add it up. 33.
Is it 3? Oh, yeah, it is. 1, 2, 3. That's 3. And 2 plus 1 and 0 is 3. That's 33.
And then that one up there, Philadelphia, 18, that would be 9/11.
Yeah. That's fucked up.
I'm
That's
going
fucked.
full
Actually,
RV at this hour.
You are. You're going full RV.
Yeah, right.
It's actually.
What's up?
Hey, you know, that's the third time
Whatever.
that numbers got brought up on live stream tonight. For me.
My change at McDonald's was 33 something today and yesterday.
I love it.
2 days in a row, and I took a picture.
By 1860, the city had over 565,000 inhabitants.
On 322,
Shadow Bandit
the
Splatter
scrap
Music.
metal
Each employer
from this address, and it was their address post, and I picked it up, and it was from an address that was 3202 was the address, and so I kept the posting because it still says 322.
My kid's birthday cake was $33.99, which is 66 upside down.
About 30 men and a smattering of boys.
I got to use the restroom.
I'd like to pause here and have a go at some quick maths. The average brick worker produced between 9 and 10,000 bricks a day. By taking 9,000, we get 45,000 bricks over the course of a 5-day week, even though they probably worked a full week. In 1811, there were 30 brickyards in Greater Philadelphia. 45,000 times 30 makes a regional output of 1,350,000 bricks per week. There are 52 weeks in a year, but brickwork by hand was seasonal. As Holly tells us, in the fall and winter, workers dug raw clay and tossed it into piles. Come spring and summer, they would produce bricks. So let's times 1,350,000 bricks per week by about 20 weeks, just so it's fair.
I call bullshit.
27 million bricks a year. But the plot thickens. In the United States, one David Ridgway filed a patent on a brick-making machine in 1792. But nothing.
This sounds like the same logic they used to describe that event that happened with Mr. Mustache
in the US.
There's
brick-making machine for which drawings are known was a horse-powered wooden frame mechanism, which was claimed to produce 30,000 bricks in a 12-hour day. Companies did not jump at the opportunity to use machines, however. The 50 or more Philadelphia brickyards turned out more than 50 million a year during the 1840s, most of them handmade. There was, in fact, a prejudice against machine-made bricks in some quarters.
Man, why you gotta be
50 million a year, most by hand.
Man, why you gotta be prejudiced against machine-made bricks at one time?
And that's a lot of bricks. And you see, they aren't using the machines as an excuse. Let's quickly do the population maths. If each brickworks has about 30 employees, and there were 50 brickworks in Philadelphia by the 1840s, that's a workforce of 1,500 people. The population of Philadelphia in the 1840s was around 94,000. So that's 1.5% of the population. This is just one region in one state. By 1861, brick machines were becoming more and more a success, and companies were using them more and more. J.W. Crary patented a giant machine, probably the largest brick machine ever built, which, the article tells us, was demonstrated in the 1861 Scientific American. I found the journal publication.
I'm going to bed.
It says here, will run.
we were hurt that you thought men were incapable. What do you mean? Men are incapable of what? Well, I don't understand. I don't know.
Quite slow enough.
Maybe I forgot what I just said.
Turn out 40,000 bricks per day. Perhaps the most important feature is the manufacture of bricks in.
You mean men were incapable of building the bricks? I get what you're saying now, Michelle. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't really sure, but like, I've been just digging into it and looking at it, and yeah, I think men could have built a lot of these buildings, but there's some buildings that are really, really, really old, like the ones in Greece, like the ones in Rome that were dug out, and they were already here.
Or weather, as Holly states.
That's the thing, Michelle. It's like, all right, so we got all these mud flood researchers, we got all these people filming all these brick buildings everywhere. Not every brick building is a Tartarian structure, but there are some still left, and that's what you got to discern. You got to discern like what is and what isn't. And some brick buildings are just Freemasonic buildings, which turn out to be good mud flood research too. It doesn't have to be
meant that the machine could be
a building from Tartaria, or a different civilization. Even studying the Freemasonic buildings teaches you a lot.
Be operated in winter as well as summer. So 40,000 bricks a day times a 5-day week times a 52-week year is 10,400,000 bricks a year. Crary was awarded a contract by the federal government to supply 65 million bricks to construct Fort Jefferson. Fort Jefferson was constructed in 31 years, between 1845.
I'm glad you're not disappointed in me anymore. Someone pop in. Oh, Andy. Popping in and popping out. He loves it. What's up, Andy?
Sorry, I was trying to chat too. I'm just going to focus.
Crary was contracted in 1861. So that's 15 years. 10,400,000 bricks a year times 15 is 100.
Yeah, men are capable, but what I'm saying is like who were the people who built the friggin' crazy ass buildings, Like we can't even build stuff like that today. I'll show you.
56 million bricks. And construction had already started 16 years before Crary was contracted. The fort is located 68 miles out to sea. But then again, bricks used to arrive to America as ballast in English ships.
The Freemasons, right?
I lost sound.
It would have to be the Freemasons that built the crazy buildings.
I'm saying it would have to be some sort of Freemasons.
Because if you look up, I think, I don't know if I told you this before, but I was in the Carpenters Union.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I was in carpentry too. I wasn't in the union, but I was working for a pretty big...
But it's the same symbols. If you look up the insignia for the Carpenters Union, it's pretty much the same as...
But I'm saying, let me show you what kind of buildings I'm talking about. Yeah,
they're builders.
Yeah, like there's buildings that are like impossible to watch.
In Salem, I found out that they made some here local, but they also shipped some all the way from England. Defective bricks. They admit to shipping all the way from England to here. It's the west coast of Oregon. But they compared it to gold bricks. It's different when you read a college, thesis that's not like published or something compared to something that's published. It's really different when it's, it's just weird how you read one book that's not in the library, I guess I'll say, and then another one that's in the library about the same place, and it's the same information, but it's one side will not be heard in another one, and it doesn't really go from one to the other, but one won't say one and the other one won't say the other, kind of. Like the libraries will talk about the underground.
Hold on one sec.
But they won't talk about star forts, kind of thing.
Well, that's a good example, but it won't let me bring it up. Hold on, let me see. I want to get something good. Mac. All right.
I love Star Forts. Didn't we talk about that? Was it? I don't know what's going on there, but I love Star Forts so much. I watched like 20 million.
I do too. So much that I was looking for them in Salem, and I couldn't.
This is a map of Mecca, 1700. Who the fuck built Mecca in 1700? You know what I'm saying? Like,
what does Mecca mean? Even look at that thing. What is that thing?
The black cube of Saturn.
What are those bumps all around the ground? Like, what kind of terrain is that? Look at those things.
I don't know. Is this even
what
real?
What the
hell? Look.
There's like sand mounds everywhere. Sorry to say that.
Let's see. Is
Crazy.
That's really cool here. Anything else?
Oh man.
But look, they do build stuff like this today. Like, look.
Serious.
This is pretty crazy.
They're fucking with us right there. What the hell is that shit?
It's a building that they built today. But hold on, let's see.
People live in there.
I'm looking for old stuff, dude. Old stuff.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Here we go. Here's one. The Curra on Twitter, historical London. The Curra. Look. Like.
What are those things sticking up on the left there? Look at those things poking up. With the balls on them? That's funny.
Let me see. Is there anything else that looks any good? Look.
That one is.
It's pretty crazy. I don't know. Let me see. Let me go back.
Hey, remember we talk about the top of the domes, like from the inside? Remember you were telling me about that, Ray?
Yeah.
That was cool. I was talking about the dome.
In the center of a lot of domes too, dude.
Is that the North Star?
There's a star. Yeah, it's Polaris. Yeah.
Oh, Polaris. Right.
Yeah, it represents Polaris.
I remember you talked about that in another stream.
I did, yeah. Like Rome, for instance, was dug out. Right? It was already there. But like we see all these like statues that look like Athena and the Statue of Liberty, which is a giant, and like they all dress like that, you know, like the way they look. Like let me see if this is one.
Was it Tartara Phoenician?
Well, what I'm saying is like, look at this. Like these people. Look at this is a perfect example. Like,
the ones with they got the nose and the forehead going straight like that.
Well,
you notice that?
Let me see if I can get this lady up on the screen. Oh no. Let me get her over here better. Let's look at her. All right. Is that like any? Can you see it? Is that any type of people that you've ever seen in your life? Like, what country is that? Who dresses like that?
It's what we'd associate with Roman, but actually in real life, no, I haven't.
In real life, no. But do you think it might be? Do you think it might be Roman? Do you think the Romans really looked like this, or
I don't know? Would you want to come home late and have her mad at you?
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is this, right? They're probably pagans because look, she has something natural here, and they used to worship the nature and the natural order of things. What is this going on? Look, what's this dude fighting a? What is that? What is that? He's fighting. Look, it's like a fish. Look, no, it has like a fish tail though. Look. What a horse.
So
it's like a serpent horse.
They didn't believe in like genes or any kind of like.
What I'm trying to say is, all right.
And why? Okay.
This is what I'm trying to get at. If I was a builder and I was gonna build a statue of Frank, I would build a statue of me. Or like at least someone like myself. Yeah, I built this fucking building. Like here I am, motherfuckers. I'm in stone, you know. But so what I'm trying to say is the people that built these buildings probably looked like that.
Yeah.
So you mean you're not going to build a bunch of statues of naked babies all over the place?
No, this is probably the people that built the structures. Is what I'm saying. This is probably the civilization.
But what's up?
Like, you know, this is
probably... You know what I'm saying, though? You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. What? What you say?
How there's always fucking statues of fucking naked babies all over.
Yeah. Yeah, like the one I found. I know exactly what you're talking about. What's going on up here? Hold on.
I don't know. Fuck if I know.
No, I'm
You're
trying
right
to,
about that, Ray. That looked like a serpent horse to me.
yeah. So what I'm trying to
not that I'm an expert in serpent horses, you know.
Look, it's in what is that? Roman numerals. So it is Roman, and it's in Rome. But what I'm saying is, look, there's an angel up there with wings, a beehive, which represents the hive mind mentality, probably, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You know, I'm just reading into this myself. My knowledge, I might be completely wrong.
It was built for a reason. People put fucking hours and hours and hours of time into that for a reason.
But like,
we don't do it for nothing.
All right, like I understand a lot of these things could be made in molds. You know, they put the cement in a mold that they make a mold that's shaped like that. They mold it out and then they put it together piece by piece, right? I've seen them do it, right? But like,
it doesn't take away from the fact that the people built the molds to build it. There's still a purpose behind it.
Yeah. Which is like, all right, so they were doing molds and stuff way, way back then when Rome was like first built. We don't even know when that was, right?
Like there's nothing easy about doing it the easy way. It's still a big fucking job, you know?
Exactly.
So that's the type of stuff that I like to, I wonder if it was done by our people or some sort of civilization like Tartaria, or maybe they're just calling it Tartaria, but I think it's like there was a great civilization here of people that dressed like that, and they built all the buildings, and they just tell us, oh, that's Athena, that's fucking whatever, because the statue is just so beautiful that they just left it there. They just love it.
It's our excellent resources for research.
It's doubtful that they were the actual builders, though. They probably didn't get their hands dirty for anything. It was all slavery based like it is still.
Yeah.
Because they not only rely and base their findings on primary sources.
I mean, if they were running around in nothing but sheets, they weren't the builders.
And footnotes, so you can further your research. Some texts found in the footnotes, such as method of making bricks as followed in Philadelphia, brick manufacture and brick pavement, a practical treatise on the manufacture of brick, tile, and terracotta, 60 years of brickmaker, bricks and brick-making machines. My second source is very different. It's an 1868 travel log detailing an American's travels through the English Midlands and its green borderland. It's not specifically about construction, it's just a travelogue. But as the American is passing through the English Midlands, he encounters many scenes of industry. Let me read you some passages. On the 7th of November, we set out on our walk. Meeting an extensive brickmaker, we stopped to see his establishment. Here, he carrying on a large business in the manufacture of blue-black brick, of every size and pattern for coping of walls, stable floors, and other uses. He had expended £7,000 in buildings and machinery and was turning out about 100,000 bricks a week. The space from which he had taken the clay for 100,000 bricks a week for several years would not measure over half an acre, embracing the whole compass of the pit's mouth. The crater is already 60 feet deep, and the clay, he thinks, will hold good for twice that depth. The steam engine draws up an incline tramway from the bottom of the pit, a huge coal scuttle full of the clay, enough to make 500 bricks.
Oh, wow.
And tips it over at the top of the line into...
So they use a steam engine to bring the clay to make 500 bricks at a time.
A hopper, whence it goes down through successive kneading troughs, and is at last forced out of an iron cylinder by a piston, all ready to be made into loaves for the oven. The pit he describes here is similar to this one. Its radius is not actually that much, but it goes deep. A steam engine powers the cogs to pull a scuttle full of clay up from the pit, and then the process begins of turning the clay into bricks. Now listen carefully to this. 75% of the persons employed are female, or perhaps 2/3 of these.
It was the women that built the bricks. Look, we had the women making the bricks for us people.
Well, I think, did they find bricks also?
I encourage this. I agree. Women are just as strong as men. We need them to do everything for us from now on. We need them to make the bricks. We need them to make the babies. We need them to do the dishes. We need them to cook. We need them for everything.
100,000 per week.
Clean the house.
These are young girls from 9 to 12 years of age. Each molding woman has about 2, sometimes 3 of these girls to serve her. One to bring the clay, the other to carry away the bricks when formed. That's right.
They probably
women
did a
and
good
children.
job too. Thank you, women. Someone popped off. Rasta popped off.
And is still practiced in some parts of the world today.
Look at them carrying the bricks on their head.
A woman with her 2 or 3 pages will mold 3,000 bricks in a day. The average hours of labor are from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. In all the brick fields, the girls are required to turn on sun.
They were working from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. making bricks. All right, honey, I love you. Go make bricks now for 12 hours. You know what I mean? See you later.
Monday morning, the bricks made on the previous day. It is estimated that upwards of 1,200 females.
So in a way, Michelle the Nayakas, you were right, because men are incapable of doing this. The women did it. It was the women that did it.
Employed at the various brick fields of the district. So as you just read, even in 1868, much of the actual brick making is done by hand, and machines only aid the process of transporting clay and kneading. Let's do the maths. If it takes 1 woman and 2 girls to produce on average 3,000 bricks a day,
33.
And there are 1,200 females employed.
1 woman plus 2, that's 3. 3,000 bricks, 33. 1,200 females, 3. 333.
Various
You got it right.
Region.
There's always 3.
1,200 females by 3 to get a figure of 400 teams of females and girls making bricks. 400 teams times 3,000 bricks a day.
You can just call them
1 plus 2 is 3 / 3, 33.
We're just going to call them 3 males from now
It's
on.
1,200,000 bricks a day
3 plus,
and 6 million bricks a week.
3 males.
Let's
33
assume their
everywhere.
work is also
6,
seasonal
33.
and times 6
3 plus 3
million
is 6.
by 26 weeks or half a year. And that's 156 million
2
bricks
sticks is
a year.
66.
And this is just one small region in England. The census of England in 1851 records a population of 16.8 million. And
60.8 million.
Hey,
But
can you go back? Can you go back 10 seconds?
I can try. Let me see.
Oh fuck! I thought you can.
Right here.
156. Wait, hold on. Fuck! I seen something. Maybe it wasn't. What was it? 6.
Did you got to multiply it by the commas?
Ah.
I don't know. Whatever. It's a lot of. It's a lot of. It's a
a
lot of
working
numbers.
population of about 15.7 million. That means that those 1,200 females referenced by this travelogue make up 0.007% of the working population.
That's nothing. You women was 0.007%. I hope you have something to say for yourselves. Yeah, that's Ewar, Pamela Super. Yes, it is. Let me give you a wrench. Hold on.
I do wonder where these females and these children fit into the Tartaria hypothesis, which argues that those in the history books did not and could not have built these structures. And it's an interesting one. Imagine the self-proclaimed truther, always asking questions, generating just enough mystery and intrigue, and yet never actually finding the answers that are sitting right there in the history books and archives. And that reminds me, the Sunnyside Coke ovens. What Jonathan did not show you are the abundance of photographs in this archive that show what the site looked like before and while in operation.
All right. I need to clarify
These photographs
something.
took me 10 seconds to find on a Google search.
Pamela Stuper. I gave you a wrench. Okay. I don't have a problem with people who don't like Ewar. But what I'm trying to say is I do not think he's a shill. Because she said he's a shill. That's a strong word. Do you know why I don't think he's a shill? Because I never see him do live streams. He never asks for donations. And every time I play his videos, right, he never copyrights me on anything. So if he was a shill, he would be super copyright claiming me. He would be charging people for stuff. Like everything he does is for free. So, but you have a right to your own opinion. Oh, I lost the sound.
Lime kilns.
No, I didn't. No, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people talk shit about him, but he's not a shill. Like, because he doesn't fucking copyright me on nothing. He lets me play all of his stuff for free. He lets everybody download it for free.
Earth above
you can get all of his stuff for free on Odyssey for free.
The ovens is hard and baked because they were packed in to generate excessive heat.
I don't even know. I don't know if he has a Patreon. He does live streams with Wooden Nickels now. I don't. They do good streams. And the thing is, this is why people. That's why it said it at the beginning. It's a flip-flop production, because he changed his mind on some things, right? Like he came out at the beginning really strong with a lot of good content, and then he changed his mind over the years, right? It's been years. Years have gone by now. So for me, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, so what? What's wrong with changing your mind, Pamela, if you see different evidence that proves you wrong? What's wrong with admitting that you were wrong and coming out with the real, what you think is true? What's wrong with that? Everyone's against them for that in the Mudflood community, and it's okay if you feel that way, but like, he's just trying to show you what he really thinks.
You can see.
I talked to him.
Carts
a few times.
Ran above these to move the coal. Here is a short clip of another site.
Yeah, that's what he does. He changes his mind. So what? He flip-flops. I do that.
These abandoned coke sites
Listen,
are everywhere.
I flip-flop a lot too, Pamela. But like, if I flip-flop, is everybody going to hate me? Like, I hope not. Like, I'm just trying to show you what I think is true. If I change my mind on it, I'm going to tell you I changed my mind on it. And time goes on, you know, but I'm not going to take down my old content. I'm still going to leave it up.
And well documented.
I like to show the
ladder lane.
I like to show like the awakening process. So if you start, like, if you go to my Odyssey channel and you watch like the beginning of my Odyssey channel, the early stuff I did, you'll see I changed throughout the whole time. It's been like 3 or 4 years, and I did change a lot. But now I have a channel called Cop Cam Junkie just to make money. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever.
The Sunnyside ovens.
I don't want to make money off the truth community. I'm just gonna make money off crazy people watching cop cams.
Look like this.
And I'm gonna do the truth for free.
Yes.
Megavelli. Yes.
It's most likely the ovens are all missing their front sections because of stuff.
Megavelli says sometimes flip-flopping is when you find out something else is true contrary to what you used to believe. Yeah. And that's like, all right, so you used to believe in the globe, right? But now you know the earth is flat. Right? Yeah. Right. Let me give Megavelli a wrench.
Yeah. So, I think he lives close to me.
Actually. So all right, so if you
that's kind of cool.
That's cool, yeah. So if you if you believed in the globe at one point and now you believe the earth is flat, which
then you flip-flopped.
You flip-flopped. You know.
Stone was salvaged and reused after decommission in 1958, or to stop squatters from taking residence in them. It happened at the Redstone site. Hippies would squat in these ovens. After they left, residents continued pillaging stone from the ovens. I also noticed that one of the brick man.
No, it's all right. I'm smart, right? So I realized that there's different people at different levels of their awakening process, right? Everybody here is waking up. Everybody who comes to these streams is waking up. There's different ways and there's different avenues that you could go through to wake somebody up. And everybody's at different levels. And some people need like a little bit, you need to explain it to them a little more. And other people know exactly what we're talking about because they've been here a long time. And some people follow other channels that have complete opposite ideas. And that's fine because I like that, because it's like, you know, everybody here is awake. Everybody in the truth community is awake in different ways, right? And everybody has a different perspective. So it's okay to have a different perspective, and it's okay to look at other people's perspectives. Don't just take my word for it. I'm not saying I'm 100% right about anything. I don't really know. I'm just looking at everything.
Manufacturers was whores.
You know what else someone showed me? You could see the ISS from a telescope. Like, there's video of it. So that's been bugging me out lately, you know? Like, people say the ISS is fake and it was like in a fish tank and everything's filmed, which it probably is. But what the fuck can we see in the telescope when it flies by? It looks like a fucking like a TIE fighter from the fucking Star Wars, dude.
I mean, you would have really no idea of the scale, right? It could be a model, could be something really.
It could
small.
be a projection,
Yeah,
like
right.
I heard that like, you know, Mount Meru is a projector. The toroidal field, the middle, the center.
Well, if it was in the middle, that would be the best place.
And it's
for
just
the projection.
projecting the sky and the stars and the moon, and everything's just going around us like a projector. What do you think about that?
A lot of the items could be. I think some of the, you know, like the stars are angelic. They're spirit beings of some
I think
kind.
so too.
But like the moon, that could be a projection real easy because you can see through it. It's not like it's a real object. It's
If
not
they had
something
some,
physical.
if the sky is made out of plasma like a TV screen or something, they could easily project something, right?
Fire bricks. These are resilient to damage and excessive heat. The first manufacturer, W.H. Hawes Fire Brick Company, built the first refractory plant in America, designed exclusively to make silica brick, or refractories. Silica brick was used to line coke ovens, steel furnaces, steamship and
So silica
locomotive
brick
boilers,
is stronger.
and fireboxes of all sorts. Hawes was established in the 19th century. Isn't it more realistic that they just use more resilient bricks here and cheaper ones below? What kind of cataclysm would roast the top and the bottom and leave the middle intact? Also, they actually refurbished 300 coke ovens in 1942 at Sunnyside. Perhaps that's it. This site was decommissioned in 1958. That's only 64 years ago. And here's a shot of them building more ovens.
So they had brick ovens. They were building the shit on site. Look at all the material around. Everything was made out of mud. Everything was flooded. Everything was broken. There was broken buildings everywhere.
You can see the bricks on the side here. And why didn't you show people these photographs? It's quite easy to generate mystery if you deliberately ignore photographs like this and pretend they don't exist. And here is a quotation to ponder. How do you destroy a people? You take away their culture. And how is that done? You must take their language, their history, their very identity. How would you do that? I pressed my lips together, then looked up at her. You banned their
books. Listen to this, Austin Murphy. So when my brother was in Afghanistan, right, he said that they got an order to burn all the Qurans and give them new Qurans, right? Like they went around confiscating all the Qurans, right, in the whole village and everything else, right? And they burnt them all. And then the people were flipping out. They burnt all their Qurans and they gave them new Qurans, right? And I asked my brother, why did you guys burn the Qurans? And he said, we got orders to do it. And I'm like, well, why did you do it? And he said, because they were passing secret messages through their Qurans, right?
I've heard stories that the reason we actually went there was to destroy ancient knowledge. It wasn't for the opiate fields. It wasn't for all that misinformation that we were given. It was that there's something sacred there, and that's why there was to destroy that. I've heard that.
So they burned that
day one. That's what they went after.
This is a fact. My brother was there. He told me they burnt the Qurans, and it was a big deal, and people were flipping out on them.
Books. Or just ignore them and pretend they don't exist.
It gave them new ones.
To be converted.
I'm pretty sure the new ones.
They gave them all new. They were like, here, we're taking your Qurans. Here's a new one. I mean, I don't know. If someone came to my house and was like, we're taking your Bible. Here's a new Bible. What would you do?
Yeah.
You'd be like, what the fuck? Like, why can't I keep my old Bible?
Yeah.
Like passing fucking secret codes through the. I mean, that sounds like a reach. I mean, maybe they were. I don't know. I don't know what was going on over there.
Your past.
Well, before the Mandela effect, if they wanted to change the text, that's how you would do it.
Yep. There's a lot of shit going on with the Mandela effect and the Bible and stuff right now.
And then we got the destruction of the buildings, dude. You guys want to see that? Oh, you guys got to see this. I don't even give a shit anymore. You guys got to see this. I'm not holding back.
Ray.
Yeah, what's up?
You're doing really good, man.
Thank you.
I'm gonna just tell you, I used to have a Quran.
Yeah, how was it?
Well, actually, I read a little bit of it, and then I've heard somebody tell me that they were scared to have one in their house, so I got rid of mine. So I couldn't really read it. So I mean, I still had Bibles, so somebody gave it to me, and I was like, "Oh, thanks." And then I kind of got spooked, so I was like, "Whatever, it's not my religion." So whatever.
This is good.
Holy shit!
I'm telling you, this is good. This is from Stuffed Beagle. Even though he doesn't like me.
What you talking about? What you talking about?
What? When? Where? Why?
This is good.
And why?
What do I intend to find this time?
Distraction. What the eyes see and the ears hear, the mind believes.
I understand you are sick and tired of watching the mainstream media spin machine, but I am asking you for your patience in allowing them to report to you, the viewer, their version of this particular news story. I will do my investigation when they are finished and show you behind the curtain what they have not. So keep calm and stay till the end. The Biggs thanks you.
This is good.
In Raleigh, demonstrators took a different approach. During our 6 o'clock newscast, a group put up a new plaque honoring George Floyd on a Confederate monument. It reads in part, "We recognize the breakdown and the buildup and the change that has been put into motion." Many protesters stopped by to take pictures. They say it's a step in the right direction. The group Raleigh United says the plaque is a non-violent way to update and change the meaning of the monument.
Take it down!
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So this is about how they manipulated the BLM movement to destroy all the statues here in America to rewrite history.
2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
They made them believe that all the statues were racist, which they probably are. They probably are, but like, you know what I mean? They used them to destroy everything.
Listen to them screaming like freaking animals.
Yeah. It's a fucking state, bro.
You see this shit? These are all Confederate monuments.
Shortly after, they had too many patients in the asylums right after this, right? Something like that happened. Dude, what the hell is this shit? Why are they tearing it all down?
This is the Black Lives Matter protest that happened all over the country.
Is that how we're supposed to settle things? I mean, so we just rip shit down? What the hell is that? They're hanging them now with like a noose?
They told everybody that these were racist statues and slave owners and stuff, but who knows? They probably were. I don't know. I wasn't there.
It's totally staged. Right?
None of us were even there to see any of this.
Right.
Like,
what do you think?
True.
No, they really broke down Boston. I'll show you. I have real footage of them destroying Boston, dude. It was nuts. Mass Accountability went down and got. I'll play it afterwards. This is in a different part of the country, but I'll show you what they did to Boston.
This is huge.
Breaking news unfolding overnight. The remaining pieces of the Confederate monument in the heart of downtown Raleigh are now coming down. CBS 17.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, Grant.
Right now from downtown Raleigh. I know, Jamise, we know that these crews came in with that heavy equipment overnight. Tell us what you're seeing. Any progress?
Bill, not a lot of progress since we last checked in with you guys, but I do want to take you to a live picture of exactly what's happening here just on Hillsborough and Salisbury. So we have those cranes in here, and we saw as crews came in to strap in this last piece of this monument to get it out of here. So we've been watching this very closely.
You see a trend here? They burn the books and they destroy the statues everywhere. They destroy all the monuments, all the old buildings that can have any type of proof of anything, and they rewrite history and rewrite the religion and rewrite everything and change the people's perspective. I think it's the military psyops division. What do they say? What's their motto?
I think it's a way of getting us all into slavery.
Yeah.
Mass slavery. Like, yeah. It's fucking evil. It's fucking evil to the core.
So just looking at this as well, trying to do this the right way, because this is a very tedious process. They want to get it right. Plus, this last piece is extremely heavy, so it appears they're trying to do it right the first time and not to make any mistakes along the way. Now, we have watched over the last few days as these Confederate monuments have been removed from Capitol grounds. Now, Governor Cooper ordered the removal of these Confederate monuments on Saturday. The 3 monuments are being moved with direct tributes to the cause of the Confederacy, which Governor Cooper said has no place in an allegiance here in North Carolina. But out here, you definitely have several crews. You also have Capitol Police here. I've actually seen a bystander just watching this process. A lot of folks just watching too, because this is a piece of history and watching this history unfold. So we're going to continue to monitor this situation and bring you the
86 degrees. Did you see that? Come on.
Salisbury
and where is it? Oh yeah.
More breaking news.
Frickin' said 86.
Her attempt to remove this Confederate monument from downtown Raleigh once again didn't quite work out.
The crane this morning's crew brought with them was not quite.
So this is Raleigh, North Carolina.
Jamise Prize live downtown from the state capitol. Jamise.
Laura, crews are packing up the last little bit of that heavy equipment to get it moved out. As you said, those attempts to remove the last.
What's that? I can't hear you.
Monument.
I know. I'm surprised she's not wearing 3 face diapers instead of 1.
Yeah.
Today, I'm told.
First of all, don't listen to her. And I would just pack everything in that's good and leave. Get out of there. Man, I would leave that place. Get out away from there.
The major cities.
No one else is doing it.
Again, this morning.
Is this from today?
There was also a crew here prepared to haul
this is from a long time ago.
Piece of the monument once it
when
was
the Black
removed,
Lives Matter protest
that wasn't
happened.
The case, so they
Years
have
ago.
also left. They told me they'll be back here on Capitol grounds about 9 o'clock this morning. So we saw them attempting to remove this last piece of the monument, seeing the crew members just strap up several straps around it, trying to pull it up, but that was not the case.
So they broke it a little bit.
Wasn't large enough, so they're going to take additional steps to get that larger piece of equipment in here and get the last piece of the monument removed. So we'll be back here again.
Oh, so they are removing it. They did remove it.
As we have been for several days now.
But at this time, those crews down here are trying to figure out exactly what to do with that 75-foot piece of granite that is still standing.
What the hell?
They both have face diapers on.
I think one of them was a robot.
3 statues from the ground around 7 a.m. Brief excitement as 3 contractors fired up the crane, and it appeared that they were going to
no justice, no peace.
Instead, they loaded their equipment and were quickly
Sorry.
the cherry picker.
That's what
to
they
remove
spray
the
paint
ropes
on
from around
everything.
the
No
base of
justice,
the
no
monument around
peace.
8:30 this morning. But despite Governor Cooper's decision that the monument is a public hazard,
Of course.
done to it since.
Even that was sage too. They used the 3 letters because it comes in 3s. Look, see 3, 3, 3.
I moved here 10 years ago. That thing was
God, they all got
Sniped. A mask. Oh wait, I'm on. I'm gonna be on camera.
I got a song.
Oh, I'm gonna be on camera.
Hold on, one
Oh,
second.
wait, hold on.
Let's see if I can get it. Let's see if I can get away with something. Hold on.
Just kidding.
I got a good
What are you
tune.
doing, building the
I got a
pyramid?
good tune to go with this. Hold on.
Andy, no.
fucking crazy.
I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen to the news people. Hold on. I'd rather listen to some music. Let's see if I can get it. I think this might be it. Let me see.
Goodness sakes.
I think I heard you playing Chris Webby at the beginning of your stream.
Chris Webby. Yeah,
yeah.
He lets me play his stuff. Yeah,
Right
he
on.
usually does. I don't know what happened earlier. Whatever. Let me see.
Bless you.
Yeah, it's a whole album. Let's see if I can find the song I'm looking for. Yeah. I think this will work. Let's see how long they'll let me get away with this before they cut me down. All right.
Hey Ray, I got something for you.
What do you got, dude? I don't really need anything.
No, you do. You need this one.
What?
Read it. Hold on. Read it.
$2.99. What?
Boston cream filled.
Oh, Boston cream.
Yep.
Yeah,
shout out.
Shout out to Boston.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the Boston cream here at the Dunkin' Donuts and stuff. We got it everywhere, but it's not like a big deal here.
Are you allowed to play fucking songs?
I'm allowed to play some stuff. Why? What's up?
Oh no, I was just gonna say fucking. Have you ever heard that song "Mosh" by Eminem?
Bring back that
Mosh.
Nobody can ever be confused and think
I wouldn't try to play it because it's probably too mainstream. What album is it from?
It's actually not very popular, but
is it a new one?
It's about like marching to the steps of the White House. It's like a political kind of thing.
Is it new?
No, it's older. It's older, but it's not like super popular. It's called Mosh. It's about them marching to the steps of the White House, like protesting and shit. Yeah, it's called Mosh, M-O-S-H, by Eminem. That shit goes hard as fuck.
Really? I love Eminem, but I don't know if I'll get away with it. Let's see.
Yeah, right there.
Mosh. Yeah. Oh, it's from Encore. Oh, that I might be able to play it. I probably heard it. That's not it.
I'd like to prioritize self.
I'll rewind it. I saw Eminem during this tour when it was called the Anger Management Tour, and it was during this album, and he did this song when he first came out, and he came down on a carousel. So, and yeah, it was like total bring you into his world. It was nuts. That song, but I never paid attention to it. That's funny. I used to pay. I love Eminem, but this is the one that he did when he did that song during the concert, I think. But this is the one that I was thinking of. That's kind of like that he came down.
Yeah, I heard that shit like probably back when I was in like high school or some shit. But you don't think about fucking politics or none of that shit when you're younger. So like it doesn't really mean nothing to you, you know, until you get older.
I don't think it was called White America. Was it called? Maybe it was called White America. I don't know. Let me
Oh,
see.
White America.
I don't know if that was it. No, I don't think that was the one.
Uh,
Let me see if that was it.
Who wants to wake up looking like someone else?
I do. You guys ever heard his first album? His very first album before the Slim Shady LP, before he was big, before he was a rapper, before he was like he was a rapper, but before he made it big, like his original album Infinite.
Oh, I ought to wake up Carrie for this because she said that she lived in an apartment over there in California, and he lived across the hallway in another apartment, and he had all blow up furniture, and he would always play on this stupid piano. She said, just all the time, just doing the same thing over and over and over again.
Really? Eminem lived across the hallway from her, and he would play piano. That's awesome.
Yeah, messed up.
I would love that. I would sit there all day and listen to that.
I was like, I
would record it. I'd be like rapping on it.
How do I believe that? She lived in Big Bear, California.
It's probably true. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
I know he's from Detroit, but you got to go to LA probably for a little while.
I just looked down. There's 33 new comments on my thing.
Oh, cool. Well, I'm gonna play an album, and I'm gonna play like a slideshow, and I'm gonna end the stream, but I'm gonna let the stream go for a little while because it helps. It gets more views. You get everyone thumb it up. Support the channel if you want. I don't really care either way. Other than that, yeah, I'm gonna pretty much end it, but I'm not really gonna end it. I'm gonna play a whole album, but I'll play like something with it.
I'm chilling.
I'm gonna play the old Eminem album, his original stuff. Like this is like old, like before he made it famous. You'll see. You guys will enjoy it. Let me find something to play up with. Let's see what's going on with. We had a great show. I mean, we could have went more hotter on the circuit board Earth. I mean, I know a lot more about it. It's just there's a lot. It goes on forever and ever, and unless people have the attention span to sit there and watch it, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like that's what I do. I'll put something on if people wanted to play. I let them watch it. If people want to do something else, it's fine.
Like personal study required if you need to go deeper with it.
Yeah.
Well, I could have got deeper into it. I know a lot more about it.
Nice. Yeah,
I did a whole show on it though. There's a stream called Late Night Live Circuit Board Earth. You could always look that up if you want to see more on it. Martin has a stream on it too. You should check out Martin's stream. Martin's stream was really good. All right, let me see.
Actually, I think I heard.
I love Martin.
I just followed him. Do you guys know? Are you familiar with a person named Angela Carson?
Yeah, Angela Baby Carson. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm friends with her.
Yeah, she's my friend too.
Yeah, we're friends on Facebook and stuff.
Yeah, she knows me.
Yeah.
She's cool, people.
Hell yeah.
Melanie always fucks Twitter. That's why I got Melanie out of here. She keeps fucking with people. Melanie keeps bullying her too. It's not right. Fucking bully. I stand up to bullies. All right. Anyway. Moving along. All right. So I'm gonna take everybody off the screen. You guys can hang out if you want, but I'm ending the stream after this. But I'm gonna see how long.
This was the only way I could watch it, Ray. You remember?
Oh, why? What happened? You don't have YouTube?
YouTube effed up, and you gave me the link, so then I could watch it. I tried every other link. They shut me off.
Well, it's still playing on my TV, so
I couldn't get mine to go.
I think they'll let me get away with this because this is old. So, nice. And you guys will enjoy it. It's relaxing. It's Eminem. It's old Eminem. All right, you ready? And it's 100 images of cool stuff.
96, and on and on and on and on.
Your soul intent checking in #1, baby, this week. You know what I'm saying? This is MC Proof and DJ Head checking in on WEGO. You know what I'm saying? Hey, yo, we got the #1 requested song of the day coming up next. It's a local 313 talent. He goes by the name of Eminem, and it's called It's Okay. Check it out.
Hey Q, it's a broke day, but everything is okay. I'm up all night, but everything is alright. It's a rough week, and I don't get enough sleep. It's a long year, pretending I belong here. It's a broke day, but everything is okay. I'm up all night, but everything is alright. It's a rough week, and I don't get enough sleep. It's a long year, pretending I belong here. One day I plan to be a family man, happily married. I wanna grow to be so old that I have to be carried till I'm glad to be buried and leave this crazy world and have at least $500,000 for my baby girl. It may be early to be planning this stuff, cause I'm still struggling hard to be the man, and it's tough, cause man, it's been rough, but still I manage enough. I've been taken advantage of, damaged and scuffed, my hands have been cuffed, but I don't panic and huff, frantic and puff, or plan to give up. The minute shit hits a fan, it erupts. I'm handy enough, double or nothing. I've been troubled enough, and I'm sick of struggling and suffering. See, my destiny's to rest in ease, till I'm impressed and pleased with my progress. I won't settle for less than cheese. I'm on a quest to seize all, my own label to call. Way before my baby is able to crawl, I'm too stable to fall. The pressure motivates, to know I hold the weight of boulders on my shoulder blades. I see the golden gates to heaven on earth, where they don't pull a weapon on you when you're stepping on turf. Q, it's a broke day, but everything is okay. I'm up all night, but everything is alright. It's a rough week, and I don't get enough sleep. It's a long year, pretending I belong here. It's a broke day, but everything is okay. I'm up all night, but everything is alright. It's a rough week, and I don't get enough sleep. It's a long year, pretending I belong here. I'm going for broke, gambling and playing for keeps. Every day in the streets, scrambling and paying for cheap. Praying for sleep, dreaming with the water in mouth. Wishing for a better life for my daughter and spouse. In a slaughtering house, caught up in bouts with the root of all evil. I seen it turn beautiful people, cruel and deceitful, and make them do shit illegal. For these Grants and Jacksons, these transactions explain a man's actions. But in the midst of this insanity, I found my Christianity through God, and there's a wish He granted me. He showed me how to cope with the stress and hope for the best. Instead of moping depressed, always groping a mess. I'm flying over the nest, selling dope with the rest. I quit smoking cess to open my chest. Life is stressful inside the cesspool, trying to wrestle. I almost bust a blood vessel. My little brother's trying to learn his mathematics. He's asthmatic, running home from school away from crack addicts. Kids attract static, children with automatics. Taking target practice on teens for starter jackets. I'm using smarter tactics to overcome the slum. I won't become as dumb as some and succumb to scum. It's cumbersome. I'm trying to do well on this earth, but it's been hell on this earth since I fell on this earth. It's a broke day, but everything is okay. I'm up all night, but everything is alright. It's a rough week, and I don't get enough sleep. It's a long year, pretending I belong here. It's a broke day, but everything is okay. I'm up all night, but everything is alright. It's a rough week, and I don't get enough sleep. It's a long year, pretending I belong here. It's okay. Yeah, it's alright. Even though I can't sleep. Yeah, it's okay. It's alright. I can't sleep. Now what you know about a sweet MC from the 313? None of these skills you about to see come free. So you wanna be a sweet MC, you gotta become me. If you ever wanna be one, see. Man, what you know about a sweet MC in the 313? None of these skills you about to see come free. So you wanna be a sweet MC, you better become me. If you ever wanna be one, see. Yo, some people say I'm whack. Now if that's right, I'm the freshest whack MC that you ever heard. In your lifetime, my slick acapella sounds clever with the beats. Boy, I'm the deepest things as potholes that ever hit the street. Forget it, gold diggers, succubus. My soul stick with ruggedness. With the mic, I'm like a dyke. Can't no nigga fuck with this. I got more different strokes than Philip Drummond. On open mic, I roll your woman just to keep my lyrics coming, bitch. We elevated to new heights, be meditated. Let it be that I stated they hated, now that they see that I made it. He escalated, can't be put to detest the greatest. That's the heart from MCs, and I ate it, so I take it. That's the reason I'm hated. To represent my temperament, if rap was a dick on you, so go hard MCs when I begin to take for pimping it and acting like you can rock the show. Harder than LL's rock the bells will use a hoe. Now, everything that you collaborate I lacerate my lines to keep coming like nymphomaniacs that masturbate at a faster rate. Yeah, I got something for your ass to hate. I flash your hate and have all running past the gates. And as the bass clutching and touching the flows, I got them open like marijuana smoke up in your nose. Bucking these hoes, I got that shit down to a science. Leaving them hot and bothered, turned on like in defiance. Defiance, no, we won't have that. You want your shit to blow up? Well, I'ma stuff some dynamite in your ass crack and blast that shit to kingdom come. Then bring up some of this real hip hop. I'll drop beats and you ain't singing and I do my thing you run. And you all knew from get-go that you couldn't hold your own with the strength of Lou Ferrigno. So stop that bullshit flow. Yo, you need to come with the real skills and act like you know. So what you know about a sweet MC? In the 313, none of these skills you about to see come free. So you wanna be a sweet MC? You better become me. If you ever wanna be 1C, now what you know about a sweet MC? From the 313, none of these skills you about to see come free. So you wanna be a sweet MC? You gotta become me. If you ever wanna be 1C. So what you know about a sweet MC? In the 313, you don't know shit. So when you see one fleet, you can be Run D. You never be the MC. I stopped the alphabet at S and got it down to a T. I'm sure you're bound to agree. A sweet MC crashed the spot. I make the roof hot like I was Rock Master Scott. Your ass forgot. So just in case you don't remember me, I run your brain around the block to jog your fucking memory. It's either them or me, man. Kill or be killed. You will be sealed. Your casket closed. You still be billed. My facility's filled with fans packed to capacity. I send the rapper back with the crack of his ass shitty. If he's acting soft for the cowards, he better come cleaner than J. Rue jacking off when he showers. You flowers got no clout with a thing. You can date a stick of dynamite and wouldn't go out with a bang. I shout with a slang simple as ABCs. Skip over the D's and rock the microphone with ease. You throw them C's and I'm a max alone. Relax your dome like a solo from a saxophone. So facts are known. Fighters get treated with shots. I rock a beat harder than you can beat it with rocks. I'm greeted with flocks of fellow followers singers. You couldn't make the fans throw up their hands if they swallow their fingers. But you can bring yours. Let's see what you got. But don't front and never try to be what you're not. Cause you can be quick, jump the candlestick, burn your back, and fuck chill on a hill, but you still ain't jack. So what you know about a sweet MC? From the 313, none of these skills that you just seen come free. So you wanna be a sweet MC? You'll never become me, so you ain't ever gonna be 1C. So what you know about a sweet MC? In the 313, none of these skills that you just seen come free. So you wanna be a sweet MC? You'll never become me, so you ain't ever gonna be 1C. Drugs, juggling jobs, guzzling jugs. So here's a toast to federal checks, edible sex, unaffordable medical debts. We travel in packs, unraveling facts and graveling cracks to find babbling max, gaffling tracks. I grapple an axe, but in baffling acts of mysterious stabbing the backs with dabbling wax. Still in my yard when I scoped at the culprit, the zone shit'll end up with the skull split. Then I buried the hatchet. I carry the fat shit. Butterfingers is here when it's necessary to scratch it. Baby, all I wanna do is swallow one or two, smoke a little bit and follow one of you back home when the party ends. So tonight I'm dropping naughty hints to the finest women in the audience. Cause we came here to do this tonight. We don't wanna fight, we don't wanna, we're feeling uptight. Cause we came here to do this tonight. To the morning light, hope that everyone's feeling alright. Cause we came here to do this tonight. We don't wanna fight, we don't wanna, we're feeling uptight. Cause we came here to do this tonight. To the morning light, hope that everyone's feeling alright. Hey, yo. Fighters are like tarantulas, vandalists, living in scandalous. Isn't television evangelists, but I can handle this. I'm the rhyme fighter, crime fighter, K Crusader, taking care of undeserving lighters. I think we live an era meant for me, experimentally. I found a way to spread a terror mentally when I stumbled upon this resolution by using a special fusion of chemical solution for this resolution. You couldn't see me with binoculars. I'm armed like an octopus. Step on stage and you get socked and pushed. Talking to junk like you had black card at your back. Come to battle me and you get smacked hard as you act when I represent it. And we'll have a referee in it every minute. So when I win it, you never present it. I'm forever admitted. Coming with funk, I never be sitting. You got the point when I cleverly send it. Cause we came in and do this tonight. We don't wanna fight, we don't want to feel it uptight. Cause we came in and do this tonight. To the morning light, hope that everyone's feeling alright. Cause we came in and do this tonight. We don't wanna fight, we don't want to feel it uptight. Cause we came in and do this tonight. To the morning light, hope that everyone's feeling alright. Eminem is set in skyward. For those who thought that I would make it more than treat you like a piece of plywood, I got lyrical capability, all of me with the agility to escape a killer bee colony. So get your cameras and capture how miraculous I rap for all you Draculas and showed you all how wacky was. Admit it as a diss, cause you don't possess the pizzazz of this. I'm hazardous enough already as it is without you adding fuel to the fire. I'm proof to the liar who fails to recognize my reign and hell rule to the sire. Clinical studies show that I'm cynical. There's no one who's identical to my fresh and authentic flow. I'm sure that party people can't agree when I'm enchanting with a romantically free. Maxine, who needs a vaccine. She tests positive but tells you that her act's clean. Plus she got a sugar daddy. Yes, and every hooker daddy takes in the crook badly. If you mistook her sadly on her reputation, you're in jeopardation if you ain't got no preparation. When you step away, son, she got her face done. Looking provocative, she'll let you knock it if you press the issue and get undressed to kiss you if you match the price. Otherwise, she won't look at you twice. But when you catch the lice or get the urgency to go to the emergency, cause it burns to pee, don't bring your germs to me, cause I ain't trying to hear it. While you fighting your fucking disease, trying to clear it. Sometimes I wonder, what's your purpose in life? That is, to get with every brother and then bear one of his kids. Shit, you live in tripe. Got 3 kids at home and club hopping every night. You say it's gonna stop, but it just slows down. And then speeds back to a regular pace. There is no end to this mystery. Whatever your reason even tends to be. You say you want to be with me, but how can you say that when you got niggas hiding in your closet? I refrain from getting angry, but you keep on acting strangely.
I met this girl last week, she was a freak. She liked me, so I fixed up on it and asked my homie and chill on the side and watch they niggas big game on the bitch. So take notes while I get this number. I step to her first, I clear my throat and say, hey bitch, haven't I seen you before? Looked at my nigga, turned around and got slapped through with my hands and said, oh, it's like that. She said she just broke up with her nigga and shit. She started crying and asked me to forgive her and shit. She said her name was Maxine, so I told her mask too. I got her number. She asked could I give her mask too. Got to the crib and call her up. We got into a good conversation. That's when she asked me could I fuck. I said Maxine, check this out. Give me your address, I'll be through and you'll find out. Got to the crib, she let me in. She didn't waste time. She grabbed my hand and proceeded to the bedroom. I said, hold up, and stop proceeding. You rushing things. What the fuck are you doing? So I went for my protection, took off my clothes and started flexing. And she went for my midsection. I threw it down as I threw her first shirt, put on my Jimmy, and thought about putting in work. Before I hit it, she said, 3, don't get mad, but there's something that I gotta tell your ass. I said, what is it? Another nigga, it's okay. She said, no, I forgot to tell you that I got AIDS, I got a problem.
Maxine, what? So you thinking about sucking my dick?
Yeah, for a small price.
For a small price? What you mean?
Money, nigga.
You don't need no damn money. I can't give you no money anyway. I heard you got some shit.
What you mean like that?
Hey,
got that shit. I ain't gotta fuck with you. Nigga, I'm trying to get paid. Fuck Maxine.
Hey, yo, man, what's up, man? Hey, man, no, y'all been here all day, man. Y'all be here every weekend, man. Y'all don't never get a chance to rap first, man. Right, nigga, I got some rap for all y'all, nigga. My rap fresh. I'ma bust my rap first. Y'all can bust, you can bust yours after me if you want, man. No, man, I'm going first, man. I get tired of everybody always want to rap first. And you always rap first. I'm rapping. I don't care what none of y'all say. I'm fresh. I'm fresh.
Hey, yo, who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? When in my band, I wanna know. Who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? I said, who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? When in my bitch, I wanna know. Who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow?
I'll have you think it back to Christ when you sacrifice. The way you hack the slice when I I get physical like physicians, invisible like magicians with mystical like traditions. Wicked wizardry like a sorcerer, no remorse for you when I torture you throughout the course of my orchestra. So feel the force of my spiritual images, slicing up an enemy's appendages till he images. My skin itches every time a rapper recites, and when he's through with his verse, I'm all covered in free lights. You wanna see fights? I got a match for you. You couldn't flip shit playing in toilets with a spatula.
Hey, yo, who the fuck passed you the mic? Said that you could flow. When in my band, I wanna know. Who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? Hey, yo, who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? When in my bitch, I wanna know. Who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow?
You bitches get a hysterectomy, disrespecting me. You wanna feel the full effect of me, hand attack to me. Intellectually superior, I make the whack wearier. Inferior, deteriorate like bacteria. Materially, killing serially. Clearly you'll see how much in fear when you hear me, you being. Shiver and shake, quiver and quake. Bite and rhyme and figure jaw get stiffer and naked. Wither and break, and slither and snake. Gibber and fake, bitter and flake. I twist you in a different shape and toss you in Michigan Lake for fisherman's sake. If this is a dream, you wish you can wake. Every dish you can take. Personal, we ain't friends trying to make amends. If you ain't never stole a gate, you can take offense. I'm making sense, masterpieces. This masterpieces, that's releases. You got diseases, that's the reasons. I'm showing you the proper way to operate a mic. So pass it like a hot potato. I never been less than clever and fresh. Ever in flesh of fools who never impress, ever invest.
Who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? When in my band, I wanna know. Who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? Hey, yo, who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? When in my bitch, I wanna know. Who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? Who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? When in my, I wanna know. Who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? Let me get that mic, man. Who the fuck passed you the mic and said that you could flow? What's the rap? Who the fuck passed you the mic? Who the fuck passed you the mic? I got the
What up, dog?
You alright?
Chilling. Cold as hell.
Yes, it is. Hey, bus ain't come yet, did it?
Nah, hey, look, you got 15 cents?
Nah, I got just enough to get on the bus. I'm broke.
We gotta go to the store right quick, man, because I'm short.
Yeah, we gonna have enough time to go to the store?
Nah, look.
You see how much you got there?
I only got 75. You know what I'm saying? I got $1. You know what I mean?
Just throw it in there. They ain't gonna know. You know what? Hey, look. I'm sick of taking this damn bus everywhere, man.
You gotta make something.
I know. Look, I'm trying to get rich. I got a baby on the way. I ain't even got a car. You know what I'm saying?
My mind, man. 21 still wrong.
Yeah, look, hey, we gotta make some hit records or something. You know what I'm saying? Cause I'm tired of you. Cause all I do is earn a life without a concern and dream of having a turn strategies to get rich, huh? My desire's like the strategies to get itched, huh? This man, I live in the D. This shit ain't given for free. Nothing's different to me, so what else is it to see? I'll be the prisoner to flee from all of this misery. I'm not wishing to be another fish in the sea, but just an MC. So listen to me, but listen to agree. You're missing the key. You ain't even in the vicinity. Unconditionally, my aspects to cash checks, my objects, whenever describe decks. It's up to you, the decision is yours. If what your vision is towards, or a mission is course when your shit is in the stores. Cause you could be a star, no matter wherever you are. You're never too far from revenue bar. Cause you can be king, you can rule the world. You can do anything, it's on you, baby. Cause you can be a star, no matter wherever you are. You're never too far from revenue bar. Cause you can be king, you can rule the world. You can do anything, it's on you, baby. Cause you can be a star, no matter wherever you are. You're never too far from revenue bar. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm talking about, man? It's that simple. $1 million ain't even that far away, really.
So we got to get the money, man. I can't be broke for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Look, there's gotta be something better. You know what I'm saying?
Can't live like this for the rest of my life, man. Bumming, riding, who I go.
Yeah, what's up with Lexus and the Land Cruiser? Hey, yo, I'm not about to cancel and dismiss, handling business. I'm canceling Christmas to gamble and risk this. Financial interest is the matter at hand. I got an adequate plan for a stab at $1,000. I grab what I can and do what I must, pursue what I lust. It's true that I just choose a few that I trust. Them's the people that I still got. Fuck with gangsta, field pot, get your grill shot. The 5L for life, my man Dime. Bruce Q in the dime, we move through in the dime. My crew's true and divine. We never fronted, we just wanted to be funded. And live to be 100 instead of 100, or being wanted. Like fugitives, it's all about a man planning what his future is, what he can do for his. To be a star, no matter wherever you are. You're never too far from revenue bar. Cause you can be king, you can rule the world. You can do anything, it's on you, baby. Cause you can be a star, no matter wherever you are. You're never too far from revenue bar. Cause you can be king, you can rule the world. You can do anything, it's on you, baby. Cause you can be a star, no matter wherever you are. You're never too far from revenue bar. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to be the player, I'm trying to be the man. I want to be president.
Yo, man, forget being president, man. I'm trying to be king, making dead presidents. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Getting money anytime I want, owning my own businesses and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm trying to be a millionaire, baby. But it's all on you, though.
Your own
Ain't no one special, special like you. 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 I've been searching, but you're the one who wanted my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one who wanted my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one who wanted my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one who wanted my life, baby.
I'm reminiscing on your tenderness and the snuggling and teasing, missing what I remember kissing and hugging and squeezing, bugging and wheezing. I'm having trouble when breathing. It's even tougher when sleeping. But there's a couple of reasons that I'm suffering and grieving for loving and leaving. You're all I'm thinking of in the evening. You got my knees buckling and weakening. Thoughts of nothing but freaking that I'm struggling to keep in it and rough when I'm speaking. I got some game that I'm preparing to run. The way your lips sparkling and glaring in the sun. You got your hair in a bun. No matter what you're wearing, you're stunned. Cause you're comparing to none. I wanna share in the fun. I feel a passionate lust when I imagine it just alone and last when it's us. I see you grasping and trust. But my intentions are good. Let's leave the past in the dust. I'm not asking to rush and answer me immediately. I just wanna be there for you and you to be there for me. If you agree to repeat after me, I love you. I love you, baby. Cause I just need you to see how much I'm eager to be your man legally wed. Your love's keeping me fed. This is easily said, so you can lead and be led. If you care to be down, cause ain't nobody like you, nowhere to be found.
I've been searching, but you're the one who wanted my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one who wanted my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one who wanted my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one who wanted my life, baby.
Baby, it's all on you. It's you I call on, boo, to set a day up so you can fall on through. We'll take a spin in the Lexus. You could chill for dinner and breakfast. Climbing up to see how this gentleman sexes. We started off with caviar, Dom Perignon. And then when it's a fact we all warm, carry on. We'll take it slow. See, nobody will hurry things. I got the is, the Bacardi and Hurricane. If daiquiris ain't in the pay, then not your thing that day. It's still alright, cause I got Minute Maid and Tangeray. You're an incredible one that's rare. I bet in edible underwear. You look impeccable, none compare. I dream of freaking you, the woman that I'm speaking to. Squirrel. It seems that there is not an end to things that we can do. So now we all set to play. Only thing left to say is when you step away, baby, look, don't forget the necklace.
You're the one in my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one in my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one in my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one in my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one in my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one in my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one in my life, baby. I've been searching, but you're the one in my life, baby. Someone special, special like you. Someone special,
Attention all units. Attention all units. We have an all-points bulletin out on a man with green hair. I repeat, we have an APB on a man with green hair. He's armed with a knife. I repeat, he's armed with a knife. Proceed with caution. Watch your back, fellas. He could be coming after your girlfriend next.
There's a joker on the loose from the psychiatric ward. His face is up on the bulletin board with the record. He'll stab you with the sword. Don't be fooled by his charm. He's probably armed with the intent to do bodily harm. Ring the alarm. Look for a man with green hair. Check at your girl's house. He was last seen there. He has a mean stare, but usually cracks jokes. Good luck on your mission and guard your backs, folks. Stay away from him, he ain't no good. We got the walkie-talkies to keep us all informed. Suited up head to toe in detective uniforms. Our unit storms in, we split the ghetto in sectors, locking down every block and put up metal detectors. Protect us and be sure that you stand close. Watch each other's backs and guard your command post. And most of all, be advised that he's wise. He could be disguised as one of your very own guys. Stay away from him, he ain't no good. I'm on a solo mission defining personally to settle the score and to beat him unmercifully for what he first did to me. It should be the last, following footprints with a magnifying glass. The track is like an ass back to his padded cell. I'm mad as hell on the trail of this tattletale. I heard a yell, the voice sounded familiar.
Give me your girlfriend or I'm gonna kill y'all.
Stay away from him, he ain't no good. I followed the voice that led down a flight of steps, sneezing in dust and swinging at the spider webs. Inside the depths of his basement, I taste lit in my mouth. Then the lights in the place went. I saw my life flash in front of my eyes. I felt a butcher knife slash at one of my thighs. None of my guys knew where I'm at. I was doomed, and I remembered the flashlight in my costume. Stay away from him, he ain't no good. Dealing with backstabbers, there was one thing I learned. They're only powerful when you got your back turned. I yearned for the day that we finally met again, so I could give him a taste of his own medicine. He shed his skin, then he promised to come clean. I took his butcher knife and jabbed it into his spleen. Cuffed him at the scene and dragged the fella home, beating him over the head with the telephone.
Unit 313 is apprehended the suspect. He's going back to the crazy home. I repeat, he's going back to the crazy home. Job well done.
Stay away from him, he ain't no good. Stay away from him, he ain't no good. Stay away from him, he ain't no good.
Chalice,
he mean jealous, you know what I'm saying? He just mad because he always with ugly hoes, you know what I'm saying? Girls ain't buying him no clothes. He bought that hoe some clothes. He ain't never bought me no clothes. That nigga ain't got no money, no ride, no dick. I mean, what I got to be jealous for? He ain't gonna make it nowhere. He ain't got no type of time. He has no career move. I mean,
I come home every single day from working double shifts and stop along the way to pick you up a couple gifts. I come inside of you, pretend you miss me when you kiss me. Then you diss me and we strenuously fight continuously. Again you frisk me for numbers trying to bust me. It must be only just because you never learned to trust me. Plus we only squabble over irrelevant issues. Too many tissues for my feelings you misuse. I buy you jewelry, you make a fool of me. I bring you diamond rings, you say I'm bad at timing things. So what's a man to do when all I hand to you is handed back to me? You act to be this gangster bitch, it ain't what first attracted me. I used to love your company, now you're always bumping me for information. And you tell your friends you plan to dump me. So I'ma wait for your evacuation, cause every accusation makes me wanna smack your face. And see, I never been so sure, and you're just insecure. So my solution to your jealousy was insecure. I recommend you take your things and check them in. Look at the nervous wreck I'm in, I need my second win. Say what?
fuck you and what you going through. Fuck Eminem. He just mad because I left a nigga for another man. To me, Eminem don't mean nothing but minus money, immature me. Nigga ain't got no dick, no slang in his thing. You know what I'm saying? He just mad because I get it on. Now he jealous of me. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Motherfucker just clocking his pussy.
I used to be a puppet and a sucker for your silent treatments. I used to be intoxicated with your sweet sense. Until the day I started following your feet prints and tapping in your phone conversations through the heat vents. It make complete sense. There's someone else you like, so I confronted you and asked you who is Mike, and you was like, I need a new nigga. Someone rich that I can follow, and you'll be over me by the time you see tomorrow, leaving me in sorrow. Brandy never felt so broken hearted. I fell apart when you departed, then the joking started. I was an open target. You played comedian, and I became the laughing stock. But now I'm on my feet again, and so we meet again. You're acting like an ex-wife, all in my sex life. I got a message from Fight. It goes, you didn't want me then, so yo, hun, don't want me now. Take the towel, wipe your brow. We're trying to hunt me down, you run me down, and now you're trying to apologize for all the lies. And every time you made me burn my eyes, because I got a bigger wallet size. You wanna swing it, jealousy is in the house, y'all. Fellas, sing it. Oh, jealousy, jealousy, 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 oh, jealousy, jealousy.
Slim Shady. Shit, why not? Blow your brain out. I'm blowing mine out. Fuck it. You only live once. You might as well die now. Yo. My mom sent me up to the store with a food stamp for a pack of cigarettes and a book at the newsstand. Here, two dudes ran up, jumped out of a blue van. I looked down at the ground and picked up a huge branch. I swung it at the first dude. The other one with him seen it snap so fast it looked like it broke before it hit him. So he tried to rush. I swept his legs, pinned him and bit him. He came back with 6 or 7 dudes screaming, "Get him!" I grabbed one, lit him on fire, pinned him and bit him. The next faggot gave me his shoes like they didn't fit him. One by one, I just kept dropping them in the rhythm. Then I woke up, swinging in the middle of the kitchen. Damn.
Yo, back to me. I can keep that beat. You wanna keep that beat? Yeah, yo. Weed lacer, 97 burgundy blazer, wanted for burglary, had to dish the Mercury Tracer. I'm on some low-ish, some fed up with just being broke-ish. I'm not to joke with, bitch I don't sell crack, I smoke it. Having a coke fit, going through withdrawals daily. Shoot up with mescaline in front of my baby daughter Haley. My brain's dusted, I'm disgusted at all my habits. Too many aspirin tablets, empty medicine cabinets. Losing battles to whack rappers cause I'm always too blunted. Walking up in the cypher, smoking, talking about who won it. Talking the crook, every drug in the book, I've done it. My nine's at your brain. Is that your chain? Run it. Who's died from an overdose of excessive flavor? Aggressive nature got me sticking you for your progressive pager. Spectacular, battle rap manufacturer. Stole your mama's Acura, wrecked it and sold it back to her. Used the Nike jacket, escaped from psychiatrics. Told the nurse to save my bed for me. I might be black trick, so barricade your entrance. Put up some extra fences. A woman beater, wanted for repeated sex offenses. Chasing dips, take them on long vacation trips. Kidnapping them and trapping them in abusive relationships. Mess up your face and lips, slit your stomach and watch your gut split. Cut you with the razor that I use to shave my nuts with. Mama, don't you cry, your son is too far gone. I'm so high, I don't even know what label I'm on. I'm messed up, I feel just like an overworked plumber. I'm sick of the crap, what's Jack Kevorkian's phone number? Come in spitting with non-written, non-fiction. Rappers try to step to this with no prediction. It doesn't matter cause I'm smashing and bashing and crashing. I hate rappers with a passion when I'm chilling with DJ Fashion. Yo, I need a friggin' Kleenex or I die like River Phoenix when I'm chilling with Phoenix. With 2 Coronas, I'm on the microphone and I'ma own this. Yo, and I'm a bonus in Arizona. Yo, rappers that ain't able, they can't stay stable. I'm on 2 turntables with my man, but he doesn't matter cause he kicks lyrics galore. And he's only 5'4". Yo, check it out, I bust rhymes and get groovy. My man got carded in a rated R movie, but it really didn't matter, he wasn't insulted. He said I'm 27 years old, yo, I'm an adult kid. But yo, still, Slim Shady gets ill with the skill. And I'ma always build and kill my baby's mama just to piss the world off, just to piss the girls off. Yo, I Earl off the top of the building, kill women and children, and then it hit me. Suddenly my wrist tried to slit me, couldn't believe it. Yo, y'all can't conceive it, it's Slim Shady. I fuck a girl in her cleavage, bleep that out and you can keep it, just bleep it. Yo, y'all keep it a secret, I'm top secret, like pop secret. Rappers they don't wanna see, Slim Shady, I'm from the motherfucking D. Ha 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 ha. Yo, Slim Shady. Oh, poor Eminem's gotta rap all day. Oh, poor me. Poor, where's my words at? Yo, see Slim Shady? Yo, where the birds at? Being flipped, the middle ones. Rappers get these little ones in their mouth, these little nuts. Yeah, I don't care, I ain't afraid to admit it. I got a little, but so do you, you're scared to admit it. You won't spit it on this motherfucking mic, cause I will strike and smack your ass like a freaking. And I don't care if you get offended, I never pretended to rock this microphone beef. You wanna start it now or end it? Cause when I slip in the zone up on this microphone, people want me to do a written rap, that go home. I don't really give a damn, I kick right off at the top. And everything that I drop, always gonna remain hot. Right on the spot, Slim, whoops, grim, it's what I'm dim. Yo, I'm in a fake mode. Rappers get their neck sewed, get their whole threshold up, get their damn flesh sold. Haha, I bust it, I kill it, I crush it, I do it, the fluid, I spill it, I'm ill with these motherfucking rhymes that I be coming with and running with and kick you in the motherfucking stomach. Cause you the one, none of it. Rappers always try, but he always die.
Wait.
Hold on one second. Something weird's going on with my sound. Let me see. I don't think it's Andy. Let's see, haven't I share screen again? Is it going to do it again? All right. I think I'm okay.
Old. I need the glasses to see the phone now. For fuck's sake.
Are you at the Bridge Production Studio right now?
I sure am.
Nice, dude. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody to the Leeds Edutainment Podcast. We got a special guest today. Someone I've known for a while, Mr. Slane. How are you, my friend? Thanks for joining us.
I've known you 2-3 years.
2-3
years. I got an archetype helping me with all the technical things.
Is this your first time doing one of these things?
I did an IG live once.
All right. Just once, huh?
Just once.
Yeah. Johnny Dangerously. My mom did that once.
Just once. What was that? Joe Piscopo, right?
Yeah, Joe Piscopo. That's a classic. 80s comedy classic. But anyways, well, thank you for doing this. We know it's good to be working together again. We got the show coming up next Friday with Master Ace, Slane,
Yeah, man.
Master Ace, OT the Real, XL the Beast.
Dude, I don't think I haven't had butterflies about a show in so long. I mean, I do this long enough. I think I get them like right before I go on stage, the adrenaline surge. But
yeah,
I mean, there's never been any point in my life since I started doing this where I went this long without performing live. It's just crazy.
Yeah. I remember one time one of our early shows was at the Western Front, and they had that old school marquee, and you had your name up there. And you were bugging out about that. You're like, dude, I'm so nervous. My name's in the marquee. And it's Western Front.
I mean, dude, you've seen it from all the way up. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I remember standing on a porch in Brockton, and I was like on a bender, and you asked me like, yo, how would you feel about opening up for EPMD? I don't think that show happened, but
Paris Smith. You opened for Paris Smith.
Was that what it was? And
yeah,
I was
Harper's
like,
Ferry.
yeah, I'm down.
Well, I want to take people back a little bit for those that don't know. My recollection is that you were born all over. You lived all over Boston growing up, right? You lived in multiple areas, right?
Yeah, I lived in a lot. I'm from Dorchester originally, so I was born in St. Margaret's Hospital in 1977, grew up in the Adams Corner area.
Yeah.
And then I moved around a lot after that. And, you know, like when my parents got divorced, I was kind of like a latchkey kid. I would go in between the houses. So my dad lived in South Boston. My mother moved around a lot, and kind of by default, man, because, you know, when I was like 13 or 14, my high school sweetheart, who ended up being my son's mother, she lived in Rosendale. And that was like my home because there was a lot of stability in her house. And and it was like my family, you know what I'm saying? It's, you know, so that ended up being kind of the neighborhood. Like, even though I wasn't really technically from there, that was like the neighborhood that kind of was my adopted home. So I always loved Rosendale. But, you know, I'm from Dorchester originally, and deep roots, and lived probably the most I've ever lived anywhere was South Boston. But I've lived in like, you know, 30 different apartments in my life.
Yeah, and warehouses and couches and a few other different places.
But I think that was that ended up really kind of helping me out when I was coming up, because I knew so many people from all over the city.
Yeah.
And it just kind of helped spread the word. Like, if like a lot of people were riding for me when I was first coming up. I don't know if you remember that, but it was like,
oh, I do.
the mixtape really started when we did that White Man is the Devil Volume 1 mixtape. That just started spreading like wildfire out the city. So that was cool.
Yeah. So and then when did you start rapping? Like, I remember you vaguely talking about this. It was, how old? 13, 12?
No, I started writing rhymes. So after I heard the Beastie Boys License to Ill tape, I was 9 years old and I wrote my first rhyme. And I used to write rhymes, but I never told anybody until years and years later. So by the time I had ever rapped for anybody or showed anybody my lyrics, I already been doing it for like 7 or 8 years.
Right.
My mother said she found like a shoebox. Like I literally kept it secret from everybody. Nobody knew that I wrote rhymes. But I started doing it like when I was 9 years old. So I think I'm like 35 years deep writing rhymes now.
Damn.
It's probably the longest I've ever stuck to anything that I've ever done anything.
Yeah, it surpassed drinking.
It actually, yeah, it passed drinking and drugs. And the two of them used to go hand in hand.
Oh, I know. We'll get into that in a few. When did you move to New York? Because I think this is important part of your upcoming in rap world, because you moved to New York and you link with MC Shan as a manager, correct?
Yeah, well, it was kind of a longer story than that, but yeah, I moved to New York. You know, I was already having trouble with the drugs and alcohol, like when I was 14, 15, and I semi cleaned up after high school.
Selfie sober?
Yeah, I graduated from high school and I took a year to kind of clean up my act, and then I started applying to colleges, and I went to School of Visual Arts for film in New York City. And when I got there, you know, like I said, I hadn't really like rhymed on stage or anything. Like nobody even knew. A couple of my friends, like I would spit rhymes to and stuff like that, but it wasn't really an acceptable thing back then. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
being a white guy? Yeah,
being a white guy, especially like with the, you know, in the kind of areas I grew up around, it was like, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't cool at all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, it was like House Pain was cool. We looked up to them and everything, but it wasn't really, you know, I wasn't like freestyling on the corner when I was a teenager. You know what I'm saying? That came when I got to New York. And when I got to New York, I realized that I was good because I would go down to like the New Eurekan Poets Cafe, to the open mics there. And my friend Cypher, who I was rhyming with at the time, it was like my first rap group, Bad Habits, it was called.
Yeah.
And he signed me up for the open mic, and I was like, you know, terrified to go up, and I did my thing. And it was kind of like a growing process like that, going into Rock the Stage for the first time, freestyling on corners, and then ultimately going into the studio for the first time. And yeah, man, it's crazy. It all goes by in the blink of an eye. But, you know, I remember those first shows and the first time going up on stage and having those butterflies that I'm talking about now. Like, it's like, you know, something becomes second nature to you for so long. So who would have ever thought we'd go like 2 years without rocking? It's just insane. But
so where'd you meet Shan?
So I started going to the studio in Jamaica, Queens, and I was like recording demo tapes there and stuff. And this dude Reynard, who had the studio, he played some of my stuff to Shan. So Shan started coming by the studio, and then Shan started managing me, and you know, we made a demo tape and took it into like Tommy Boy and RCA and a bunch of stuff. And I had like my first meetings with record labels, and that kind of fell apart. Like, you know, I was young, man. You know, I was like 19 years old or whatever, and I had like different ideas of how it should go. And Shan wanted me to sign a contract. I talked to Shan recently, like a couple of years ago. Me and him were good, but it didn't materialize. I don't think, you know, there was some business stuff that I wasn't aware of or ready for at the time, and it just was what it was. And I lived in New York for 5 years doing that, and then when I moved back, that's kind of when I kind of thought that it was over after I left New York. I was like, well, you know, I gave it a shot. That was cool. What am I going to do now? And I came back to Boston, and, you know, everybody, that was like kind of the beginning of the drug epidemic was really starting to ramp up.
Oxys.
Yeah, and everybody I grew up with was doing the oxys, but I mean, it was everything too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, we started doing hard drugs at a young age, and then when I got back to Boston, shit, I can't remember like how long it took or whatever. Like I still was writing rhymes and recording and stuff like that, but oh yeah, so that was when we did. I don't know. Like
Well,
some people
there's one thing I want to back up to, because I think this is prior to the Boston stuff, is when did you link up with DJ Lethal and Danny Boy with the Knockouts? Where does that play into this? Because that was already established before we met.
Yeah, so that was 2003. So I moved back to Boston in 01, kind of right before 9/11.
Yeah.
I was working at Emerson College, and I started working with G Squared, and I started this record label with a partner I had back in the day. Also a situation that kind of didn't work out on a business tip. It was called Bad Moon Records, and if anybody has that old CD with my sneaker on the cover, like with my reflection in the puddle of blood, it's called Never Gonna Die, and that was like the first thing.
Yeah, that was a banger.
Yeah, it was the first thing that ever came out. Was that the first time you heard my shit?
Yeah, I heard that joint on a Jay Saki Best of the Bean mixtape. Parker played it for me. I was like, yo, what's this? But the reason I made a big deal about it was the track was dope because I had heard that there was this white kid from South Boston who was working with DJ Lethal and Danny Boy. I was like, oh, word, being a House of Pain fan, I checked you out from there. But that's why I kind of go back to the Lethal thing, because that was
yeah, so that came
huge.
That came a little bit after that. So, I had worked with Danny Boy. And,
so did you meet Danny Boy or Lethal first?
So I met Danny Boy through Caves from Lords of Brooklyn. So when I was in New York, I was going to Lords of Brooklyn studio, and I was recording with ADM and Caves. Caves actually gave me my name, Slain. I used to go by John Doe before that. And, I mean, there's still people from New York from the 90s that, like, when they see me and haven't seen me, they're like, oh, yo, what up, John Doe?
John Doe of Bad Habits.
Yeah. Yeah. So, so I actually met Danny Boy at CBGB's in New York. And, I mean, I was drinking at the time and he wasn't. He was sober. And I remember being super disappointed. And he was like 2 years sober at the time or something like that. And I remember being like, I wanted to have a beer with Danny Boy.
Yeah.
And, so, time went by and I connected with Danny, and then I went out to LA and I started working with Lethal. And Lethal was working with a couple other kids at the time. Big Left was one of them, and this other dude, Opto.
Yeah.
So, we started doing like solo tracks initially, but then since he had us all at the same time, we started all recording together. And that was kind of like the early phases of La Coka Nostra.
Yep.
Before it became what it ultimately became.
Yep.
It was me, Lefty, Opto. We were all recording with Lethal. We record like 17, 19 songs. It was the Knockout Kings and Knockout whatever. And I think it was always kind of in search of a name, like the right name. And Danny called over to the studio and was like, how's it going over there? And, we were getting it in. We were all, especially me, like I was.
Yeah, I mean, that was to me the emergence of you as a solo artist in Boston, was that era, Volume 1 and Volume 2. It was like you made your claim. We did some big shows. I mean, that show where you opened up for AZ. I mean, that was, to me, like, Slain has arrived as a Boston artist.
You sold like 100 CDs that night.
Yeah, like
nobody knew who I was yet,
And you were crazy, and that was the AZ crowd. That wasn't like your House of Pain crowd. It was the AZ crowd, And we did tons of shows, and eventually you did that one show, and Chris Ferrone wrote that article, and I believe that's how Ben Affleck heard of you, right? He read the article and you auditioned. Is that how it happened for Gone Baby Gone?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was kind of all happening at the same time.
Yeah.
So, we had announced that, La Coka, it was basically an article in the Herald was about House of Pain getting back together with, I think at the time it was like Nonfiction and Brooklyn and me.
Yep.
And it was just a very beginning of it, and it had a little bit about me. And I think the Rich Man Poor Man vinyl came out at the same time. We had a show at McGann's or something. And that's what the album was all about. And at that time, I was squatting in that warehouse. That the studio that they were trying to build the studio in, and the studio, it was just everybody was in so much chaos at that time. Like,
yeah, and I'd like
Maddie
to point out, and shout out Matty Harris, who was engineering all this. But I also want to point out, during this whole time, you are broke as shit. Like, you don't have a house. You don't have you're getting all this publicity, all this attention, all this. I mean, you're making some money, but you're basically borderline homeless in a warehouse. You don't really have that much money. Any money's going to alcohol and drugs. I mean, this was what was going on at the time. People probably thought it was a lot bigger than it was, but we were all just scraping by, yourself included.
We were trying to start a different record label at that time with another partner, and then he got popped, and he was facing he was looking at time. He had a big case, and then he was out of the picture, and then I was kind of left in that warehouse for like 6 or 8 months. And the crazy thing is, there's no hot water, there's no electricity, and you're right. Now I'm like buzzing, my name is everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm flying out to LA to record with these guys, then coming back to squat in the warehouse. You know what I'm saying? And that was right at that time when the Herald did that article. I remember I walked up the street to, that was on Shirley Street where the warehouse was, and I walked up like to the Mobile and Methadone Mile there on Mass Ave. And I grabbed every newspaper on the rack. It was 7 a.m. I had been drinking all night. Yep. I was like, I'm in the fucking paper, and I go back and I pass out, and I wake up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I got all these missed calls from like Ferrone and 94.5 and the people at the Herald and the casting agency, and they wanted me to come in and audition for Gone Baby Gone.
Yeah.
So it was like
crazy.
It's. And like there was a lot of work and so much effort. There was a decade of stuff going before that, like starting with those open mics in New York and demo tapes and Chan and all that stuff. And that was like the magic moment where it was like my life was in complete chaos. I was trying to get sober back then, but I just didn't know how. Yeah. Everybody around me that I grew up with was in chaos. Everybody in our circle was in complete, lives were a wreck and in complete chaos. And I'm like at my bottom in so many ways, except all this stuff starts happening at the same time. And then, I end up getting that role in the movie. Affleck cast me in Gone Baby Gone. Next thing like La Coca is really catching fire, and I'm touring around the world with my favorite fucking rap group when I was a kid. I mean, House of Pain was my favorite rap group. Absolutely. I really looked up to and respected Nonfiction too,
Yep.
And now I'm like on the road touring with these guys. When I shot Gone Baby Gone, dude, I had no hot water, no electricity. I had rashes under my all over my body because the water was so cold. I would try to take a shower and my son and my high school sweetheart who had kind of kicked me out a couple of years before that, and we broke up, and she couldn't believe where I was at. She was like, oh my God, what are you doing living here? And she rented a hotel room for the night before I shot Gone Baby Gone so that I could get a hot shower. And she bought me this whole toiletry bag. And I remember showing up on the set and going to my trailer, and I had a big bag of toiletries, a big, and one of the production assistants you don't have to bring all that stuff. We have that. You just tell us what you want and we'll bring it to you. I was like, oh, all right, thanks.
You had the selfie suitcase and the toiletry bag?
Dude, literally.
What's amazing through all of that, man, I will say, is the amount of drugs and alcohol that was done. You still were able to pull off a lot. Your work ethic, whether it was in a blackout, skied out, whatever, the work got done. Superhuman power, man. We would go to the studio and, you go to the studio and you'd bang out fucked up 2-3 joints a night, right? And that was no problem. And you would do that all the fucking time, drunk, whatever. That type of work ethic along with it, man. That's what a lot of people that get that fucked up can't produce like that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really.
I'm not trying to give it as like a. I'm not trying to brag about it, but man, it's pretty remarkable that you were able to maintain what you did. I guess is what I'm trying to say is on the amount of drugs and alcohol that was being done.
How about the fact that, you know, I never like wrapped my car around the fucking pole?
Yeah.
I used to drive around in blackouts.
I think there was a couple minor fender benders. I remember.
I don't remember them. So
yeah, that makes sense.
I know the year I got sober, I got hit by drunk drivers twice while I was sober. I thought that was like karma coming back to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I remember Lou Balls' brother saying that to me. He's like, dude, you're like fucking knocked out, like obliterated on the fucking couch. And then you pop up and just go in the booth and it's like, you just spit and it's dope. And then you come back out and you're fucking destroyed again. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, so things start taking off, right? And La Coca's picking up steam. The acting's picking up steam. Everything's picking up steam. It gets darker for you, right? From here on, like mentally, personally. Is that?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Right. Let's talk about towards the end of the run of the drugs and alcohol. What was going on?
Oh, I mean, you know, the thing. Like, I got back with the high school sweetheart. We got married. We had a baby, my son, and I think like. You know, I was always able to compartmentalize everything. You know what I'm saying? And I think like the drinking and the drugs, you know what it was is like moving around a lot. Like I was always an outsider. I always felt like an outsider. And I felt like an outsider in hip hop too. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere I ever went, I always felt like an outsider. And I think like the drugs and the alcohol were like my adapter. It helped me like, you know what I mean? Wherever I went, like that was my way to kind of assimilate and get where I needed to get. Like it also like, you know, I have a 12-year-old son now. Like I didn't like when I was growing up, I was in so many fights. Like by the time I was 7 or 8 years old, like I would get my head kicked in and beat up. You know what I'm saying? So I think like that also gave me like, it was liquid courage. Like it gave me it turned the fear down. It turned like anything in my head that said like, you can't do it, it turned it off. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So like when I drank and I got high, like I was fearless. Yep. And I could fight who I need to fight. I could make as many bold moves as I needed to make. And, you know, because I mean, at heart, like I'm really like, you know, you learn things about yourself in sobriety. Like really, I'm a very private person, kind of shy. You know what I'm saying? If you know me and the way that I am now, like I keep to myself. I'm quiet. You know, I'm not loud. And that's kind of my true self. And I think like, you know, with the creative process too, like it turns down any self-doubt for me. I feel like I can do anything. I can accomplish anything when I'm high.
Yep.
And that's what it did for me. You know, so it worked for me in a lot of ways. But the thing is, like, once I became a father and a husband, and I'm trying to have this normal life where I got, you know, I'm really living the American dream at that point, right?
Absolutely.
It's like, you know, that's like Cinderella shit. And, you know, now I have like a nice upper middle class life and an SUV and a child, and I'm trying to be a dad and a husband but I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? I can't compartmentalize it because, you know, it's impossible to do when you're doing the kind of drugs that I was doing and drinking the way that I was drinking. And, you know, it was kind of like I was stuck in between this place where I felt like I needed that shit in order to create. Like I needed it like that. It's, you know, we do this in hip hop. We create these characters. It's like everybody does that. Like every MC is like the superhero version of themselves or the supervillain version of themselves, right? And that's kind of what's empowering about hip hop is like we get to put onto this spot where we create the undefeatable version of ourselves. That's what hip hop is. That's what every MC who ever came out, like you're this, you know, and you have to believe in all that and be that. And I think like, you know, when you took away the drugs and alcohol, like it's very difficult for me to be that fearless character. And that's why it was really hard for me to let go of the booze and the drugs.
Yeah.
It was really hard.
Tools of the trade,
I thought that I couldn't create. I thought that, I thought that was what was giving me my power and my talent and all that. That's the disease. That's like
the illusion. It's the illusion.
Yeah, man.
It's funny because I got sober a little bit before you, and I remember, you were at the end of it. It was like you were struggling trying to get sober and not get sober, and you used to say that, and I remember. But you're also like you really thought it was helping you at sometimes, the illusion of that. I remember you telling me that drinking a bottle of vodka, was drinking in safety at night, and.
I mean, my body was revolting against itself where I'd just be walking, I was drinking 2/5 a day. So I'd just be walking down the street, just throwing up. And at one point I was like, you know what? I'm fucking throwing up every day. It's because I'm mixing my vodka with orange juice.
It's the orange juice.
I need to stop with this fucking orange juice. I'm drinking a gallon of orange juice a day with all this shit. And that's what I did. And then I started drinking it straight. It's just like fucking insanity, dude.
Well, it's the progression of it, right?
And that's where it gets dark because, then it becomes like drinking and using just to function, and just you're medicating, you're self-medicating. And how can I function without my medicine? Yeah. But then at the same time, like, how can I be,
slain? How can I be slain? Because you created this slain character, which was 99 bottles, drugs, alcohol, Irish, rah, rah, rah. How can I do this sober? How can I be this guy sober? I mean, that was a tough transition. Some artists, it's not maybe as hard as far as the character goes, but your character, man, I mean, you're talking about a total 180. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and it was authentic. I always wrote authentically to where I was at, like, with the drugs and the booze and all that. Like that, those records are time capsules. And as much as they make me cringe to listen to them now, sometimes I'm proud of the work, but there's stuff that I listen to and I'm like, that's lazy writing. You talk about like, making 3 songs in a night. Well, it's like if you get hung up on a line and you just fill in and keep going, like I don't do that now. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I hear like the Xanax and the booze slur,
the slur,
some of these old, and I know some people love that shit, and God bless, great. You know what I'm saying? But like when and some of the things that I would say and all that, like I would never, that's not me now, but they're time capsules to where I was. And that was authentically where I was at that time. So, I really can't knock it. That's just I'm glad I'm not there anymore.
Yeah. So what was the moment where, after all the times of trying to get sober and all this gigantic run of drugs and alcohol, what was the moment of clarity that finally made you say, I got to do this?
I mean,
for real,
and I work with a lot of people trying to get sober now. So here's the paradox of it: is there were 1,000 moments like that,
right?
And
which was the one,
and I was unable to do it. And there are 1,000 moments where I should have, and some of them were like, "Hey, man, you got a fucking movie role," you know what I'm saying? Like, and I was like able to stay sober from a lot of those chances, like, for a short window of time, enough to like get by. But and then there were consequences, and nothing was ever enough. Like there was nothing. And I think like the thing that fucking pierced through and like broke my heart was like that I realized like I wasn't going to be able to be the father that I wanted to be. And I always like shy away from doing like podcasts. I know you asked me to do this like fucking 6 months ago. I'm so much more comfortable talking about these things in my music. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think if you listen to One Day and you listen to like my new stuff, you can hear all this stuff. Like my whole story is in my records. Right. But yeah, like there was just a moment where I knew that I'm going to share in a general way when I speak here, and I open up fully in the music. So it's like, there was a moment where I realized that I am not the father that I want to be, and I had to do everything in my power to change that, even if it meant, surrendering the fact that I had to make music for a living. Like when I got sober this time, I was like, all right, maybe I can't do this. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it was my belief system was so tied into the fact that I need this shit in order to create. And, you know, if this is going to be the thing that, because I always put music first. I used to tell people in my life, like, you'll always be second to this. You know what I'm saying? Like people that should have never said that to. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like my fucking like selfish fucking dream. You know what I'm saying? Was the most fucking important thing to me at the expense of any and everything around me.
Well, there's a level of that you almost kind of need to break through in the music business. There's that narcissistic, I'm going to fucking make it by any means, because you get so many doors slammed and you shut face and all this other stuff. You kind of almost need that edge. But once you get to a certain point, you got to learn to balance that out. But some people don't necessarily do it. And when you're fucking drunk and high all the time, it can only accelerate that sometimes.
Yeah, and like, I mean, you're right. You need such a fierce belief that this is what's going to happen and that there's nothing that's going to stop you. Like you need that in spades in order to break through. But, you know, it's like it worked for me until it didn't.
Right.
And it's the same thing. It's the same thing with booze and drugs, man. Like it worked for me, but I don't even, you know, there might have even been a point in time where the booze and drugs saved my life. You know what I'm saying? Like it empowered me in a certain way, and it made me okay. Like where I didn't have to deal with all this stuff that I wasn't ready to deal with. You know what I'm saying? Like traumatic stuff.
You hear that sometimes.
It saved me before it almost killed me. But then it worked until it stopped working. You know what I'm saying? And it didn't mean that I didn't keep getting drunk and high. Like I hear people say that, and I don't relate, because it always worked for me. Like I always got super high and super drunk. It never stopped working like that. But what it stopped working like was it stopped serving me in the way that it used to. And then it just got really dark, and it started to be a lot of like, you know, I was losing things. I was losing myself. I was losing things that I loved. And it was, you know, I really think that only fear of love can get you sober. And I had a good dose of both of those this time. And I was just willing to, like I said, I felt like I had to surrender making music. Like I was willing to give it up in order to be a good father to my son. And I just worked at that a day at a time. And it was really fucking hard for a long time, man. And, and I just, you know, I followed what a lot of people in sobriety told me to do. And there was I learned humility. In other words, like the world fucking humbled me. So as much as I got all that amazing stuff, like, and it was like magic, like I got a good healthy dose of fucking, you know, of humility through failure and having to look at like some of the things that I did and the ways that I behaved and how I needed to change. And yeah, man. And then, you know,
let's talk about some of the challenges you had sober early, because there were some few ones. Like how many days sober were you doing your first show?
10 days at the Viper Room in LA.
Damn. Now if that ain't a true test, right? At the Viper Room where River Phoenix died, a few others, you know, talk about that. That must have been.
Well, the thing is, I did a show at the Viper Room when I was still getting high, like shortly before that, and I remember like I couldn't breathe when I was on stage. I was having like a real bad trip that night, and like when I got off stage, I was like stumbling outside, like I felt like, you know, like my heart was gonna stop or something. And I looked over, and there's like a thing for River Phoenix there or whatever, and I remember bugging out like, oh fuck, like this would. You know, but yeah, the first show back, 10 days sober. And I remember, you know, Right Hook went with me on that tour, and he was sober. And I made it through 6 shows for St. Patty's, like that St. Patty's run sober. And then I had a tour with Swollen members booked after that. Yeah. And I remember, you know, talking to a good friend of mine in the program, and he was like, bro, you know, like, you got to put the insurance policy on yourself. Like you're sober right now, but like you're gonna go do 30 shows. Like you think that's best for you? And that's where the surrender part with the music came in.
Right.
And you know, like a long process of that, dude, is like when you start to get notoriety from this shit, and that becomes your self-worth. Like I can't make who I'm worth based on like what other people think, or based on like how hot my career is, or how well the record does, or what movie it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is just, that's extra, man. That's not like, you know, I had to learn in sobriety, like what really makes or breaks me is like how good of a father I can be, how good of a friend I could be, how good of a man I can be. You know what I'm saying? And not put everything into like career shit and my ambitions, because like that ambition becomes a character defect, man. Because if you're that ambitious where anything, you know, the ends justify the means always, that's like the definition of a shitty person. So you'll do anything to get where you got to go. Like, fuck that, man. And you know, I think like one of the, you know, my values changed and what I value changed. And one of those values is like privacy, you know what I'm saying? And one of those values is like, you know, putting other people in front of myself, especially people that I love. And that's like kind of the key to this shit for me.
No. Ambition, you know, you talk about it because it's, you know, your career and ambition, it's made to be like, you have to be this way, you know, like it's all or nothing. You know, we always think that it's all or nothing. And then so many people can't get sober because of my job, or I can't do this, or I can't do that. And that really trips a lot of people up from getting clean, because I can't leave work to go to detox or stuff like that. But the reality is, you know, ambition will turn against you. And it will
and the thing is, like,
it'll take away your family that quick.
Absolutely. And the thing is, like, when you're an addict and an alcoholic at that level, I mean, you're gonna lose everything anyways. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna have a life to come back to if you don't take care of your shit. And you know, over the course of time, like, and it took a while, man. I mean, I recorded early on. I mean, this guy here with me, Archetype, I know he's been on the show before too. Like, you know, I believe like in the power of the universe, and you know, and putting situations and people in your life at the right time. And I don't know that I could have done built myself back creatively without him.
Yeah, and I totally agree with that. I mean, a good MC needs a good producer. Bottom line. You know, someone's got to make the music, and Arc, I think you guys aligned right at the right time.
But it's even more than that, though, because it's like there were moments in my early sobriety where I'd come into the studio and it was just sense memory. Like if I can't write, like I take a sniff, or I drink some whiskey or whatever. Like that gets me in my spot.
Yep.
And I would feel like I needed to do that, and then I would have to leave the studio. Or like I would hear a verse back in the headphones and be like, this sucks. Run it back again. Run it back again. Run it back again. Run it back again. Like, and it's just not good enough. And it's not good enough. And it's never gonna fucking be good enough. You know what I'm saying? Like that real like self-loathing shit. And that was that's what I was drinking and getting high to turn that voice down.
So you had like a bad dialogue you would say about yourself in your head.
Always. It's never good enough. It's never good enough. You know what I'm saying? And that, I mean, I think that's like at the bottom of, you know, you see this across the board with a lot of super famous people. It's like, how much is enough? Like how much, you know, because I know really fucking famous people, and that shit to me sometimes can look like a prison. You know what I'm saying?
It is.
You can't, you know, go to Target. You can't fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but when we have this addict mentality, or it's like, if I do this, then it'll be good enough. Then it'll be, but you get there and it ain't good enough neither. Like you need bigger, more. It's like, you know.
That was always my thing. You know, I set the finish line and then just keep pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back and just screwing up everything around me. It was always the case.
Setting the standard here, and then when you fall just short, destroying yourself internally. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think that type of, I'm just going to say fear, doubt, and insecurity fuels a perfectionism in you?
Yeah, but I think so this I was afraid to let go of that. Like I said, so the creative process, and I couldn't have done it without Archetype. And I think like he's seen from, if anybody could tell you, like he's seen from day one until now.
Yeah.
And I think like I thought that, well, what happens if you take that away? That's my edge, but it's not. I think like if I create out of the same power of that universe, and I write authentically where I'm at now, and I don't worry about like, well, I got to live up to this, or you know, it was the truth of where I was at then. If I write the truth of where I'm at now, it doesn't not fit. It fits perfectly, actually.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Awesome.
Yeah, and it's the opposite, because when I'm writing with that perfectionism and I need to get it done right now and it needs to be the greatest thing ever, then that actually makes the work suffer. Because if I just write half a song and I drive around and listen to it for 2 weeks until the next part comes to me, and then I can put it together and really craft it and make sure I mean everything I say in the exact way, and that, you know, it's all put together the right way. That's actually the quality of work. The only thing that anything great can ever be achieved from the three modalities are acceptance, enthusiasm, and enjoyment. And enthusiasm is just enjoyment with a goal. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that only can be created in the present moment. So if I'm in the future, in the past, like I'm fucked. I need to be, you know, like a lot. What I realized is like making music is like is a meditation for me, because I'm completely in the present moment when I'm doing it at the level that I can do it at, and I'm narrowed in and focused. Now, if I get out of that, that's where I'm throwing the headphones and this ain't good enough and all that, because then I'm tying an expectation for it. And like another one of the things I learned is like, why am I making music with an expectation of what it's going to do for me? How about what I can do for it? You know what I'm saying? Like the music should be uncorrupted by money or prestige or property or anything. Like it should just be the truth about where I'm at today. And I should just be in that moment. And then if people fuck with it, great. If they don't, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Who cares? Like it has nothing to do with anything else.
Do you find that, I mean, obviously the creative process is significantly longer now, right? Being sober. How much longer is it versus what it used to be?
It feels a lot longer because I don't go home I don't stay in the studio till 7 a.m. and then fucking drive home drunk with 3 brand new songs. But
do you still play it 50 times in a row after?
No, I don't. And I don't make other people listen to it.
Just for the record, Slane would make you listen to whatever he recorded 50 times in a row. It was like pure insanity. Anyone that's witnessed that will agree to that. There were always good tracks, but after 50 times, you get a little.
Just the ultimate of like self-absorption, right? So
it's all about me. But but the shit was all dope, so we all loved it. We all loved seeing you move forward and everything. And do you have people that are like, I don't like any of the new shit. I like the old Slane. Do you get that?
There's some people, but I think there's some people that, and then particularly like in the beginning when the transition kind of happened. But I think now I see the opposite. I see people like, saying that I mean, the reality is what I was going to finish saying is it seems like I'm recording at a slower clip, but when I look back, the releases are all, I mean, like the releases are strong and consistent, just like, in the past. It just seemed like there was a higher volume of work, I think. And I
think you were recording more. You weren't releasing more, but you were recording more. I mean, you were doing features. You do what? I mean, you just show up because the booze and the coke was there and then throw a verse. You had no intention of doing that on your way over there.
And I would throw away fucking half the shit I recorded. I mean, like some of the stuff that me and Archetype dig up and listen to. I mean, the verse I did for XL's album. Yeah. Originally, it was like, do you want to do this again before we put this out? You're slurring. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a ton of shit like that. So it's like, we don't really throw away too much anymore. You know what I mean? Because it's well thought out.
Because you're not drunk and slurring on the record.
Exactly. And it's like, it's not just, part of that stuff is like the earliest stuff, a lot of it was stream of consciousness and just throwing shit at the wall. And now there's like a purpose behind it. And as we start to like get a collection of songs, then we start to see what the record is about. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, oh shit, this is what this is about. This is where I'm at. It's almost like a vehicle. It's crazy for me drinking and getting high, but now it's like a vehicle for my recovery. Now it's a way for me to see where I'm at and to see some hard truths. You know what I'm saying? There's still stuff that I put out in songs. That last video where I'm like, oh God, why am I putting that out publicly? You know what I'm saying? Like there's stuff in there that's tough. That's one of the biggest things I struggle with. You know, is like, because I use it as such a personal, it's such a personal vehicle for my own like psyche and my own self-analysis. Like to put that out publicly sometimes is like difficult.
Yeah, but I think it helps you though.
Yeah, I think
I think if you didn't, it'd be more detrimental. Let's talk about this last record, things we can't forgive. What was your mindset? What was the process behind this one?
Well, like I said, that we kind of looked at that after. I was just like, I was going through a really difficult time, like, and I was heartbroken, and
in that difficult time, this wasn't a sobriety difficult time. This was personal relationship.
Yeah, this was like love and attachment, and some loss, and I mean it's all in there. Like I said, I'm more comfortable talking about it on the record, which is sick and weird, but
it's fine.
Yeah, but I mean it's all in there. You can hear it all, but it's really about like love and attachment, narcissism, trauma, and ultimately, like I think we had all these songs, and then the last one we recorded was this video that we put out. And I think what I started to realize, it was a process that I went through in my life to finally forgive myself for all this, wreckage and all the things that I did, and be like, you were doing the best you can with the tools you had at that time. And you're not that way anymore. And it's time to let that shit go. So it was a very cathartic record for me, man. Probably the most cathartic record in my entire catalog,
Yeah, and I like the video, how you start off the first verse and it's like the, fucking angry, and then the second verse is like the serene, like the coming to grips with thing. And that's just such a miracle that sobriety can give, is to come to grips with things and feel comfortable or somewhat comfortable in your own skin, and find that truth and accept yourself for who you are, good, bad, and ugly, And that's what that song, that's what we all need to do in some point, is find that truth,
Yeah, I think when we finished that record, I looked at Archetype and I was like, are people going to listen to this? Are people going to fuck with this? This is like so much different than anything I'd ever done. Like it was I think it probably a lot of vulnerability in all my records, but I think this one was really cut to a different core, Yeah. So
I mean, I love that hook because you used that hook. That's from Ghosts.
Yeah, I brought it back.
Which I've always come on you as like, you got to do Ghost live, and you're like,
I don't have the instrumental, bro.
Fucking have Archetype remake it. I don't care. That's a friggin' banger. Well, now you can do this one live.
There's a lot of that early stuff is lost, like in Lou's old computer. I mean, for people who don't know, like Lou blew up. Like he's producing, like he's the biggest producer in the world.
Yeah, let's talk about that. You worked Louis Bell, who is Post Malone and many other commercial producers. He was working with him as Louis Blue Balls. He's from Quincy.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that experience real quick. We'll go back a little bit.
So
how was it working with him?
Yeah, so if I really believe in like the producer relationship, like I like to work with one producer. I like to work. I mean, it's because the music is so personal. It feels very odd to me to like bring random people in or just get beats off the internet. Like I don't mean to be a dick when people are like, "Hey, where can I send you beats?" I just don't. I mean, part of the process for me is to sit in the studio. I'll come in with a verse half written, and Archetype will build the beat around it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's the writing process goes together with what the producer is doing, not separate and then pick through beats. I just don't operate like that. Really, the producers I've worked with the most are like Archetype, Static Selector, Lethal, and Lou. And all those relationships are very Maddie. Yeah, early on Maddie too.
Yeah,
and, all those, I have personal relationships with all of those people where they really know who I am and I know them, and we speak a similar creative language that we've developed over time. So it feels like it doesn't feel right to me any other way. And and Lou and me and Lou had very much had a relationship like that, where it was like I would come in with like a melody idea, and he was just, I used to tell people like, I got a nuclear weapon at my disposal. This dude is a genius, and he is. I mean, that's kind of been proven now too. But I think it's funny, like a lot of people who listen to my music don't know, like I Ain't Done was produced by the same dude who does like Miley Cyrus and Post Malone, and you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I always knew he was good. I didn't see that one coming. I mean, I guess
well,
it was because-
who could see? I mean, nobody could see it coming to the level where, I mean, this dude like is literally the biggest producer in the world.
I know.
But
Winning awards every other day.
But I knew that he had. I mean, I knew that he was incredibly gifted. I work with a lot of talented people, and he's, incredibly talented.
Yeah, I guess I didn't see it so much because, you were more rapping. You know what I mean? Like versus, he works with all these crazy singers. I didn't realize his songwriting ability and working with melodies as much as now I see it now.
But I think all those producers that I named, like the primary people that I've worked with throughout my career, are all that talented.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So when you hear my music, like, and that's why I said recently when we put this out, my name is on the cover of this record, but this is Archetypes record too, man.
Absolutely.
Like, when you work with a producer like that, and it's the process, like, there's no. I've had great production, not good production. I've had great production throughout my career, and all these guys are on the same level. Like whether it's Lethal, or Static, or Archetype, or Lou, they're all, to me, like I've worked with all of them. I know how they get down. They're all incredibly talented people.
And let's not forget, you've worked with DJ Premier on how many joints? 3?
3, yeah. I mean, yeah, of course, Primo.
Yeah, forgot about that one, huh?
I didn't.
Let's talk about the first time you met Primo.
I met Primo when we did the special
record
team.
store. No, you met him at the record store.
Oh, yeah.
Talk
All
about
right.
the
So the
record store.
first time I met Primo was at Moment of Truth record signing at Tower Records. I stood out. I was wearing a leather jacket. It was raining. And I stood in line for like an hour and a half. And when I got to the front, Guru, rest in peace of Guru, one of my favorite MCs of all time. He was there. Big Suge was there. And Primo was there. And they all signed my shit. And I told Primo, I'm going to work with you one day. And he's like, oh, you think you got it like that? And I said, yeah. And then when I saw him in the studio, so 6 years later, and we went to do Main Event with Special Teams, and I told him, I said, I told you 6 years ago that I was going to work with you one day. And he goes, now you're here, motherfucker. What are you going to do with it?
And you killed that verse. You really put the Boston accent on a DJ Premier beat.
Yo, and the crazy thing is we were on tour like a year or two later, and we were in England, and Primo was there, and he was at the same venue, and Melly Mel was there, and Primo was like, oh, Melly, you got to hear this kid. He got the Boston accent. He started spitting my verse to Melly Mel. My head exploded. Bro. I was like,
Melly Mel too, man.
Insanity. There's just so many moments like that, man. Like, you
did have a lot of moments.
There's so many moments where it was like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Like it's even now looking back at it, it feels surreal. You know what I mean? Like I really am grateful. Like through all the ups and downs, it was a beautiful thing, man. I lived my dream, and even when it got really dark and hard, like that shit made me grow. Eventually, it made me a better man. And I have no regrets for the way it went. For any of it, I'm super grateful and happy to still be making music at a high level and in the place that I'm at right now. I just, I feel content in that, and I say that not in a bad or a lazy way. Like I feel I feel like I have more purpose now than ever before. Like the freedom not to be tied to, I need the next big thing to happen or this, that, or, like I'm not driven by that anymore. That's a beautiful thing.
Nothing to prove?
I mean, if anything that I have to prove, it's to other people who are struggling, whom I might be of service to, I might be able to help. And maybe my story can help them. And maybe, you know what I'm saying? Because that was part of what kept me out there a long time, is I thought, like, I can never do this sober. I could never do that, and that's a fucking lie, man. That shit was always inside of me, and actually, I could do it better sober. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I have to prove, is like that the old man still got it, that I'm still sharp.
Speaking of still got it, what projects you working on now? What you got coming up?
I'm working on an album with Static Selector called A New State of Grace. So if anybody remembers the mixtape we did called State of Grace, this one's called A New State of Grace, and it's going to be phenomenal. I'm super excited to work with Static again. I love Static, and we're also working on a new La Coca Nostra record. So I'm excited about that too. Happy birthday, Ill Bill. It was Bill's birthday today, and it was the 12-year anniversary of A Brand You Can Trust.
And I just go back to the La Coca Nostra days. That one show that when we did this, your Volume 2 release party and Ill Bill's, I think it was featured. I forget the name of his mixtape at the time. And you guys brought in Everlast as a surprise guest. Man,
We brought the whole crew, bro.
You brought the whole La Coca Nostra.
That was a great show, man. I forgot that's what it was. It was for the White Man is the Devil Volume 2. And
man. It was at the time, like Everlast, it was kind of MIA. And he wasn't really rapping, and now he comes back to the Middle East as a surprise guest, rapping with you guys at the Middle East, doing Jump Around in Boston. It was like, what?
It was.
And I only been promoting shows for like a year or two at the time. I was like, whoa, bro.
And you remember how excited I was when my name was up on the marquee at the Western Front, which is, the Western Front, but it all in its right place, man. And Everlast was one of my heroes, man. And now all those guys in La Coca, they're just, I've really learned so much, and I think it really sharpened my sword. You saw it, you know what I'm saying? Like the level where I was going into that, into fast forward 5-6 years down the line, just working with dudes who are that talented and that skilled and that have their whole shit honed in like that, and also have a knowledge of the game and the business that goes back years. You know what I'm saying? And that legacy of the lineage that these guys all came from in hip hop. Like, what an honor and a blessing to be tied to that and to be mentored by that, and to really, come up under people that I not only respected. I had these guys on my wall, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember doing shows with House of Pain with La Coca, where it was like, oh, they're gonna do some House of Pain songs, and Everlast being like, yo, how does the first verse go on? He's asking me about his own joint, and I'm like, boom, and I know the shit. You know what I'm saying? So it was like I said, a dream come true.
And I want to go back to take another story back of when Everlast recorded that first song with you before La Coca. When you guys went out, he just went back to Lethal's, and he just kind of got on one of your tracks and just kind of he just put the verse together in his head. He didn't write anything down, right? Is that
he's never written anything down.
Yeah,
he writes every verse in his head,
and he smokes mad weed.
I don't know. I don't comment on other people's stuff like
that.
Well,
he's pretty open about it.
Yeah, but I'm
just saying he can remember this.
Yeah, but he has apparently like a photographic memory, so I think you'd have to ask him, but I think he writes it in his head and he can just see it still. I can never,
That's crazy, man.
This baffles me. I know like Jay-Z does that too, supposedly, and I know like there's other people who do that. I just I have to like jot down words and ideas, and I don't know if you remember like when I used to actually write on pen and paper and like scratch.
I used to leave them at my house, and they were all fucking words and crossed out and crazy shit.
Yeah. Well, the phone, that was the beautiful, because what happened was I would like black out and lose songs. I'd be so pissed off, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck, I wrote a whole song and I don't know where it is. So the phone, like, you always got it with you. So, and it also takes away from the scribbling out and all that. I can just delete and have it be a nice, easy thing to read.
So real quick, between two House of Pain fans, what's your favorite House of Pain album?
Second one.
Interesting. Why so?
The first one was classic, obviously, but the second one, to me, it just was driving the whole way. I love the production on it. I like the stories on it. It's a great record. I like the first one and the third one too. I know your answer. You like the third one.
I just like where Everlast on the third one it was just such a dark time, and it was just, you could tell where it was going and the sound and everything. I love the second one. I love them all, but the third one, for some reason, just I connected with that type of mind state that he was in on that one.
Yeah, that was a dark one, and he had that extra growl, that record.
Yeah, his voice was just like, "Here come now, here come now." You know what I mean?
I fuck with all those records, man. I fuck with all those band records. I think they're really, you know, I don't think they're underrated by the fans, but I think like they should really be put up higher in hip hop history than I see them get. You know what I'm saying? They're really like one of the great legacy acts in hip hop to me.
Yeah, and the reality is that I remember watching MTV and them being like House of Pain is a one-hit wonder, you know, and
that's insane.
They were 3 albums in at the time. It was like,
Yeah.
oh, this is crazy.
You know, I mean, I guess in the pop world, like if you're going by pop singles, which, you know, Jump Around really wasn't a pop single. It just blew up like that. It's one of the biggest songs in hip hop history.
Yeah.
But I mean, how many pop singles did Gangstar have? That doesn't take away from their legacy of how, you know, how many great albums they had.
Yeah, Cypress Hill too.
Oh, Cypress Hill, and also one of the best live shows in hip hop. I love watching Cypress Hill.
Absolutely, high or not.
Yeah, bro, I've gotten to see them more sober than I did high, and that was the first show I ever went to was House of Pain Cypress Hill in Fitchburg, Massachusetts.
Fitchburg, Mass.
In a
That's
hockey
crazy.
rink in Fitchburg, Mass, when I was 15 years old, and there was no police in the building. It was crazy. It was a crazy show. And it was Funk Dubious and Alchemist and Scotty Khan. What was the name of that group? Why am I playing?
Yeah, I remember that one. I remember there being a group. I don't remember the name though.
Oh, I can't believe I forget the name right now. It's crazy.
Cool. Well, Slave, we're gonna wrap this up, man. I really appreciate you giving us the time today, and you know, the show. We got the show coming next Friday. It's gonna be good to get back, get the whole gang together.
Yeah,
So
I
you're
got like
excited.
2 years of pent up energy that I need to get out.
Coming next
So
Yeah,
I'm
thank
looking
you,
forward to
Slane.
Seeing everybody. It's gonna be a special night.
Yeah.
We got my dear old friend XL, who really plugged me in back in the day, and who's remained my good friend. And he's a dope MC. His music, that he's
Making new
now
albums
is
for us.
amazing. OT the Real, who's like making a lot of noise. He's up and coming. And then Master Ace was also my favorite people to see live. He puts on a great show, and I'm looking forward to going out there and rocking it, man. The first time ever at the Sinclair too. I've heard it's an incredible room. The sound system is
Beautiful.
great, so I'm excited.
Cool. I will see you there, and I want to thank everybody for tuning in to the Leeds Edutainment podcast with my man Slane, and I'll catch you soon, brother.
All right, later, brother.
Later.